Back fellow scrubs, Smarty Whiz. Computer's fixed. You didn't know. While we weren't here Friday. Not Monday though. Monday I was just kind of down and out sick. But yeah, the computer just kind of like blew up. Here, I'll explain the whole story. Just pull us up. I forgot the track reader. All right, hold up. So I have good news and bad news. That was, by the way, that was Dr. Doom's theme from, because I probably didn't catch it in time. It was Dr. Doom's theme from Marvel Superheroes, the original version of Dr. Doom's theme. All the way back in, what, 96? 95? Somewhere there. Anyway. So, here's the scoop. During Prime Day, right? So Amazon has this big sale that they have in, I guess it's always in July. I don't know. Anyway, I just happened to have heard an advertisement for, Prime Day. You're gonna have deals, gonna have big stuff going on, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe we can fix the infinite red bars on my hard drive space. Maybe we can pick something up at a decent price, and sure enough, it was a nice 8 terabyte drive for the price of a 4 terabyte drive. I think it was something like that. And I'm like, you know what? Okay, fine. Let's bite the bullet. Whatever. We'll use Patreon money for it. Get everything back in order. You know, instead of I guess fixing the problem, we're just going to buy another hard drive to make the problem go away for, I don't know, 6 months or a year, something like that. That's how it goes, right? So we ended up, or rather I ended up ordering that, and it came in and it's great. So I get it, I pop open the computer here, big old computer tower. It's like 2.5 feet tall, giant monster. Pull it out, put in the hard drive, put it back in, and turn the computer back on, and the graphics card is literally screaming and dying, and I mean that in the literal sense. It was literally making the most horrible noise you could possibly imagine. So it took me a while to figure out what was making the noise, but then it was that, and I'm like, oh no. I'm like, no. We cannot have another equipment failure here, okay? We've had the video capture card just died, started making weird noises, like buzzing in the video signal. The soundboard literally exploded. We cannot have more equipment failures here. This is not, no. So I spent all of Friday with a non-working computer, which is why I didn't stream Friday, trying to fix and find out what the hell is going on with this thing. And so we did find out, sort of, I guess. I don't know. Look, my theory at this point is that I think pulling the case out, and this is a real thing that happens, is we call it reseating a component, especially something like a card that fits into the motherboard slot. I think pulling it out and inserting the drive and doing whatever maintenance on there, I dusted it out, I got everything clean, you know, maintenance it. I actually ended up recabling the wires inside too. Through that process, maybe something got jostled, maybe it just got pulled out a little bit. You know, maybe pulling it out of the desk and putting it on the floor jostled it just enough that it popped it slightly out of socket. And that's a thing, that can actually happen. So like if you do have failure of equipment that is just like something that's plugged in, an external card or something, it's actually worth a shot to just completely unhook it, pull it completely out, make sure all the contacts are clean, and then put it back in. And it's essentially what I did at one point, and then it started to be okay. Because what it was doing is it was making an awful noise, and then when I booted the computer up, it would be okay for like a minute or two, and then it would just start to scramble. All the monitors would just start to scramble pixels, and then it would just tank the whole system. It would just crash the entire thing. So eventually pulling it out, cleaning it, like examining it, putting it back, and it was okay. Now the weird thing is that it still had one hiccup after I plugged it back in and everything like was okay, but then it was all fine, like nothing, almost acting like it never had a problem. I ran a benchmark on it, the whole thing. I guess it's fine. I don't know. I'm gonna take this as a warning that the graphics card is telling me, hey, I'm on death watch here. maybe you should start saving up for a new one here just in case, because yeah, that was not fun. That was a very scary thing to have to go out on you. It's one of the most expensive components that I have in here. However, we seem to be okay. It's holding up. You know, if it blows up during stream, then I guess we'll get our answer, right? So I have the hard drive, new hard drives in. I tested it. It seems okay. I'm copying stuff to it in the background. Hopefully that doesn't like blow up too. But everything seems okay. In the process of moving files around, our infinite red bars, the red stripes, may soon be a thing of the past. You know, for at least 6 months. And so I'm happy about that part. That's the good news. The bad news is about the potential GPU melting down soon. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. So far, it seems to be happy again, and I'm just thankful for that, right? So, okay, and then all of this crap has caused me to lose like 3 or 4 work days this week. And so I'm like, you know what? Not only have I lost a lot of work time this week, but I also just feel like catching up and working, so that's what we're doing today. Hollow Knight can go to hell. It's gonna have to wait another week. It's gonna have to go back to into the queue, you know? I say that with utmost respect. I do like Hollow Knight very much. But I'm catching up today. So what are we doing today then, right? We're doing a little bit of everything. So I'm doing work that you would usually not see throughout the week because it is stuff that I would usually save for, I guess, me time, I guess. Usually for one of two reasons. One, it's just some of the stuff that affects multiple projects. So it doesn't have anything to do necessarily with specifically one project, maybe a Pocket Fighter EX, Retro Mansion, Ecto Rush, or whatever. Or it's stuff that I really feel like I need to concentrate on. And then, you know, streaming while doing that sometimes doesn't work out so well. But we're actually going to be doing the first category. I don't think this should require that much brain power, but it should be moderate brain power. And I think I can handle that and do that. And what we are doing, it affects rollback netcode, and it also affects basically every project that we're doing anything with. And that is doing input stuff. So I had talked about this probably both on the Retro Mansion and the Pocket Fighter EX, but I'm trying to make an input system, and we'll just fire it up. Where's my controller? Try to make an input system that I can just import into any project, and it just works. And as you can see, ooh, look it, we got buttons. Buttons are doing things. I figured out what button was start, but I don't know what button select is yet, so select doesn't do anything. So we got to figure that one out. So here are basically what's going on with this readout here. And what's really nice about this is I've hooked up my own input system to InControl, which is here. Right? Is that it? Yeah. Here, let me move this over a little bit. I have an ultra-wide monitor, so my layout has to get readjusted when I stream because I can only stream at 1080, right? Or, I'm sorry, not 1080. Well, I had to put the monitor in 1080 mode, but we do stream at 720. And that's mostly because I don't have the bandwidth to do any higher. So InControl here takes care of like finding the controllers and figuring out like, oh, is it a PlayStation controller or is it an Xbox controller or something like that. And then good shit on fixing the PC. Look, I feel like I just got lucky on that. I don't know if that was me or what. I think it just got lucky. Fingers crossed. Hopefully it stays fixed. But now I'm deathly terrified that the thing's gonna just blow up at any moment. But we'll see. If it does, I mean, what can I do to avoid it, right? I mean, if it's gonna die, it's gonna die. It is what it is, and I just have to hopefully prepare for the worst and see what we can do from there. So, you know, that's all I can say about that at the moment. I just really just hope that it doesn't blow up on me. So I take InControl, which again takes all the controller inputs and it feeds them through. It bypasses Unity's thing because Unity's input is crappy. That's part of owning a PC, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm used to it. But it's very frustrating because it can take a long time to diagnose these kinds of issues and to come up with a fix and like have the spare parts and put everything in. Thankfully, we didn't need a spare. However, I am prepared to, I'm sorry, Amber, cannibalize Amber's computer and grab the GPU out of there. Thankfully, she doesn't use it quite that much, so it actually wouldn't cripple it too bad. But she mostly plays games on PlayStation and stuff. So I could, you know, if push comes to shove, I could cannibalize that one and put that in here. It is unfortunately another generation down from even this old GPU, but at least it would give me something. You know what I mean? I think it still has the ability to have 3 monitors at least. I don't want to lose my 3 monitors. It'd be nice if I could even have more, but you know, don't have the cash for either the monitors or the GPU to handle that thing. So either way, we do take the inputs. So what I'm doing right now, I've got the Super Nintendo Classic controller for the Switch, the Bluetooth one. It is going through a what are they? Mayflash, right? Mayflash adapter, USB adapter. It works with Switch and the computer, and it is translating this Bluetooth Super Nintendo controller to Xbox signal and passes that through the computer. And then, so that is also why. Oh, okay. Wait, how come this didn't? How come this didn't like automatically figure out how to? Shouldn't the canvas like resize? Okay, whatever. We're just gonna put it like that. No, that doesn't work either. Wait, hold on. Okay, you know what? This thing can move. This can move down here. I don't know. For whatever reason, it's weird. I don't like canvases. I don't use canvases very often. Okay, so then we need to go to... So I made a script that translates what my configuration is and tells InControl how to set itself up. And then it pulls InControl and says, hey, what buttons do you have currently, pressed or whatever. Takes that and it throws it into my input system. And so my input system is a deterministic garbage collection list input, like middleman. It will contact InControl, find out what data is currently available, translate that, codify it into a deterministic file format, or not file necessarily, but a format. And then it will send that to the rest of the game. Anybody listening in can get a callback that's like, oh, hey, we have a new, what do I call it? Input state. Input was collected here. Here's your new input state, whatever. And then I can hook that into the game, and then the game can all run on my own internal input system. And if for whatever reason I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to use InControl anymore, maybe it becomes incompatible with something, or a different one works better for a certain platform. Say I have, we have, and Ecto Rush actually will be part of this, although it doesn't really need controller input. Let's say Ecto Rush is on Android, right? The target platform. Well, we make a PC port anyway. Maybe there's something with InControl that doesn't work very well on Android. We want to use a different, sort of plugin for that, for Android build specifically. All I have to do then, instead of using InControl, I just write another interface script that interfaces with whatever it is I want to use. So it could be InControl, it could be, I think Rewired is another popular Unity input manager, and just create the middleman bridge between those. And then all of a sudden, I don't have to change anything in my game. I just make that little plugin and we're ready to go. That's the benefit of having your own kind of middleman sitting in between, the input system in your game. So it is also deterministic, like I said. It actually supports deterministic analog, which is something that I've never actually seen done before. I'm certain that it exists, but I've never seen anybody attempt it, and I've never seen, what do I want to say? Never seen like a prepackaged one that actually does that. So I thought it would be interesting to try it. Wasn't very hard to implement something like that. So it's just a matter of getting it hooked up to the whatever system is controlling the inputs. So how I managed to do that was we compressed down the data of the analog. So the analog's usually a float value for the X and the Y coordinates, up and down. A lot of times you'll get it in axis 1 and axis 2. So you'll have one axis that controls the vertical and one axis controls the horizontal when you have, the 4-way analog stick. Or in the case of an analog trigger, like the Xbox triggers, and I guess PlayStation has them now too, those are a single axis analog. And so there's, it's either full 100% or 0. Well, it depends. It depends on how the controller wants to do it, because sometimes an axis will read between -1 and 1, and anything in between, right? And sometimes an axis will read as 0 to 100%. And effectively, that would be just 0 to 1. And then with a double axis input, like an analog stick, you have 2 of those for the vertical and the horizontal. Now here's the thing that I realized very quickly, and this was a long time ago. The amount of precision an analog stick requires is actually severely overkill. Or, no, the amount of precision an analog stick actually gives a player is way overkill for what's actually necessary. So, now it depends on what kind of controller and what kind of system it is. But typically it will send you back a float. And a float has really high precision on it. You know, even if you get between 0 and 1, you have very high precision on that decimal point. It's got many, many, many decimal places. But I realized very quickly you don't really need that because the amount of different states that a human can typically control in an analog is very limited. So think about in your mind, you have an analog. I don't even know. You have an analog stick right here. A little dusty. Just press it from the middle to the top. Do you think you could consciously even press 16 distinct states between the center and the top? Or any part of the side? From the center to the left or to the right? Do you think you can even consciously stop your thumb and measure out 16 spots between there and there? The answer is probably not. So one could argue that even a precision of 0 to 16 from neutral to the side is all you need. If not, maybe even overkill. So I took that concept and I said, well, if that's all we need, and of course, that precision gets mixed in with the X, both the X and Y precision. So you have, at least, I don't know. Oh, it would be calc 32 times 32. You have 1,024 unique analog positions that you could have by only using 16 states in every direction. Do you need that many states to have input into the game? And the answer is that's probably more than enough. So what I said, instead of having 32 billion positions possible. Hello. What's up?
I was just thinking it's funny that I thought I hated watermelon, but watermelon's in New York and shit.
Yeah, I found out I actually like watermelon a lot. Previously on stream I said, like, it's fine, and just, it's okay, I guess. It's not like that great. But apparently just New York just really is awful. And the watermelons there are terrible. So yeah, I guess I'm a watermelon fan now, or rather a watermelon enjoyer. And so I discovered that about myself, and it's very good. So me and the geese will go out every day, and we will have some watermelon for a snack. And then once the geese have devoured theirs pretty much instantly, they will attempt to jump up and eat mine and take it away from me. That's how the geese are. Oh, they got their big boy voices now. So they actually make the honk sound. And when we walk out, oh, did you turn the?
Yeah, I'm my microwave.
Oh, okay. She turned the AC off, and I'm like, I didn't know if she did it or not.
Yeah,
I was a little worried it just went out. So I'll step out there and I'll just hear in the distance, because they're paying attention all the time. Geese are always paying attention to everything. I was just hearing in the distance just a honk, just giant super honk, and then they just come running over. It's pretty funny. So it's kind of new behavior for them. But they're always excited when they see I have watermelon. So we're gonna try to get that regularly for them now. That's their favorite treat. But yeah, I hadn't had anything to eat that one day, and I just started eating it. you know, I'm like, whatever, it's here. It's not terrible. I don't hate it. I start eating, I'm like, this is actually pretty good. And it's weird. I don't know. I mean, I haven't had it in a long time, but this seems better than I remember. And so then Amber had confirmed that when she had tried watermelon in New York, she's like, yeah, something's wrong with this. It's not good. I don't know.
Well, I bought it for me and the wiener dog because he was still alive, and even he was like, nah.
Yeah. So dog doesn't like it. And she didn't like it upstate, so, you know, up in New York. So, yeah, I guess New York just has shitty watermelons. Should grow a watermelon patch just for them. We used to, however, the chickens and probably the geese too, they just tear it up. They'll eat it before they're even like fully grown. They'll just tear them right up. So we kind of figured there's like no reason to bother. You know, cultivating the garden with all the chickens that just run rampant all over the whole thing. And yeah, you could wrap the entire thing in chicken wire, but it was just kind of a pain in the ass and didn't feel like buying the chicken wire, so I just said screw it. You know, hard work, good work ethic here. So yeah, we live next door to Amber's immediate family, so it was kind of like a joint garden at that point, and the other people involved were just like, yeah, we just don't care anymore. We're just not gonna bother with it. It's not worth it. So posted on YouTube instead of Discord. Oh, Very X, that's your Discord handle, or I'm sorry, that's your YouTube handle then, right? Okay. Alright, I thought it was a different person. Okay, that's alright. Yeah, wherever. It all comes back here, right? Yeah, okay, alright, gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, so for that reason we don't have the garden anymore, which is unfortunate. And I have enough stuff to do, so I don't feel like necessarily taking care of everything. Nor constructing an entire giant fence to encapsulate it. Oh, also, where the garden has been flooding more and more and kind of killing everything anyway. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why we just don't do that anymore. There's not a lot of room other places to get it done. I thought about maybe, like, just annexing the porch and just making, like, a little mini garden up there. Because the chickens can fly up there. And they have, but they tend not to. I don't know if they see it up there that they'll be like, ooh, I want to get up there. So it's very possible they could just fly up. I don't know. But I just I didn't get to it in time to like really plant anything this year. So I'm just like, screw it. Maybe we'll think about it next year. But yeah, TLDR, apparently I like watermelon. So it just had to come down here where I guess they have actual watermelons and not whatever. So.
Got barbecue too, baby.
Yeah, and she said we got barbecue too. That's true. I was never too hot on barbecue in New York. I guess they just don't really know how to do it. So.
Now, Golden Corral's
yeah, the Golden Corrals in New York are like completely inedible. Like, and I'm not even like exaggerating. But, like, they are terrible. Like, I went there and I'm like, people pay money to go here? Like, this is awful. I found one thing that was baseline edible, and I tried like everything there, and it was completely terrible. Like, I'm like, I don't know how this exists here. Like, this is completely awful. Then I come down here and Golden Corral's like great. I'm like, what the hell? Here, making a garden around dozens of animals that love seeds is a problem. Yeah, they'll eat the seeds, they'll eat the leaves, they'll eat the fruits. You know, so if you have like tomatoes, they'll just pull them right off the vine and just start tearing them up.
My brother grew some good tomatoes and cantaloupes one year, but the chickens pulled them.
Yeah, so between that and the flooding and the bit just being a pain in the ass, yeah, just haven't done anything with it. So, would be nice, you know, maybe to come this next year if I prepare, maybe I can figure something out. You know, it doesn't have to be as big as the original garden, but at least something, right? So. You know, it is what it is. Until then, we just have to buy the watermelons. I mean, thankfully they're not that expensive. They're like, what, $5? Give or take?
7 to 10.
Oh, 7 to 10 now? Well, that's just because it's just everything's gone up, or?
Everything's sucks, and those are the big boys.
Yeah, I know, but like during normal time, what is it?
I don't know. Personal ones are like $3.50. Like I paid $758 for the big boys.
Okay, so $7.58 for a big one. Okay. Well, either way, they do go a long way. They are the very big ones. What was the one we had last time? Was that considered big?
Yeah, it was average. Less kind of
Okay.
like football.
Yeah, it took us.
Like basketball.
Yeah, it was a little bigger than basketball, but yeah, it lasted quite a while. Well, not quite a while, but longer than I thought. We'll put it that way.
My mom bought one the size of a toddler at the Mennonite place.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they're eating it now downstairs.
Yeah, I guess there's more people down there. They eat it a lot faster. Now that I know that I like it, of course it'll go a little faster. But even then, it still took a while. I mean, you only eat at most like a quarter a day, I think, would be reasonable. Because this stuff's kind of filling, too. So between that, I would cut some slices off. I'd cut a quarter, cut some slices off. One big one for the geese, and then like smaller little ones, and cut those into thirds or whatever. Then I'll eat those, and I'll share those with Amber. And then the geese will get the end piece that's kind of like really hard to get at. So the geese get like 2 big pieces, and then we get like the inside part. So that's always been pretty good. And that just, I can do that for like more than half a week. Especially if we don't do it every day. So that works out. That's fine. And the geese are very, very, very happy with that. They go crazy. I've not seen them go that crazy with any other food, like by far. They just love the watermelon, and they love it when I keep it in the fridge, because obviously it's hot right now. They get out there, got giant, big giant watermelon slice, and it's very cold from the fridge. Love it. So it's nice to see them happy and excited about stuff. And they're usually excited when I go out, but I always find it funny. But the chickens too. They like it. So whatever the geese don't eat, or the geese will eat most of the red part, and they'll leave the little white rind. And then the chicken will come in and pick at that too. So it all works out. Anyway, so coding stuff. What I got here, I've got my middleman system. I realized today that I need to engineer another layer of data here. I'll get into that in a minute. Might be what we're working on immediately. Oh yeah, I was gonna say the input states here. You might notice there's when I press the button, you see two pluses. But if the frame rate is stable, you might notice that it looks kind of smooth, kind of animated a little smoother. Like it kind of like gets larger and gets smaller. And that's not just a fancy visual effect. There's a meaning behind it. So when I press Y, for example, you get 1 plus. So I pause the game, frame advance, while holding the button down, you get 1 plus. Okay. And there's 2 normally. If I hold it and I get another frame, there's 2. And I can keep frame advancing, there'll only be 2. When I let go, first frame, get a double minus. Second frame, I get a single minus. So what do these mean? The single plus means that I have just pressed the button. In the last frame, it was not pressed, and then in this frame that it is. If I get 2 pluses, that means I've held it down from that last frame. So.
Save this song and watch it.
Oh yeah, this is. Now I know it's in Sonic Generations, but I don't know if that's where it originated from. This is the sort of like remix version of Casino Night Zone. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's tagged as Sonic Generations, but I don't know if that's the first time it's ever, been used. But, yeah. So the double plus means that I've held it down since last frame, meaning last frame and this frame, this button was down. And then when I let it go, first frame of it being up, last frame it was down, this frame the button is up. And then single is just that both last and this frame the button was up. And that's important because, say, let's say Mega Man, for example. We're not making a Mega Man game, but maybe we will someday, or something approximating that. You press the Y button, Mega Man shoots. Puts his arm out, Lemon flies out. And every time you press it, not when you hold it down, you don't hold it out and then get rapid fire. It's not like Axel's gameplay or Base's gameplay. There, you hold down the button and it just keeps firing. No, you press it once and you get the lemon. That's where the single plus comes in. You see single plus, it has been pressed down this frame. We shoot the lemon. But when Mega Man charges, that's the double plus. Because you have held it down and you're continuing to hold it down, and his charge level, the whatever counter for charging the behind the scenes, keeps going up as long as you're holding it. And then when you have charge, enough to shoot a charge shot, you let go. The first frame of letting go is that double minus. That indicates the button has just been released in that frame. Shoot the charge shot. So if your charge level is above whatever the requirement is, and we see that you have just released that button, shoot the charge shot and reset your charge back to 0. That's how that would work. So, yeah, having that kind of information is very important. You can do that with analogs too. You can say that in a certain axis, if an analog is pressed, in the direction, when it is 0, it is just not pressed, so to speak. When it is just become a non-zero value, and the last frame was 0, but this one is not, then you consider that, the analog has been activated. Oh, my glasses are coming apart. Really? Man, I just got these. Well, that's not fun. Well, it's not like it's fallen apart completely, but wonderful. Yeah, one more fucking thing to go wrong. Just add it to the pile. It's fine. I'm just getting used to it at this point. I'm gonna be homeless by the end of the month.
Say that.
No, shut up. I know. I don't want to jinx it and it actually become true. It is ridiculous. All these repair bills are really adding up.
Alright, I'm gonna bust some ice on the floor.
Okay. Watch out. Yeah, there you go. Will it work? Kinda. That's a pain in the ass. You get a bag of ice. I think the ice cubes will stick together in the freezer, and you gotta break them up. I hate that. You gotta be careful though. If you slam it too hard to the ground, it may break the plastic, and that goes all over. And I'll leave it up to you whether you think that's a personal anecdote or not. And I embarrassingly did that and covered the entire kitchen in ice cubes. Yeah, we'll leave that up to you to determine if that's what happened to me or someone else. So yeah, this is why the different states are important here. And you got it?
Yeah, I got it.
What?
Gets
Oh.
No.
No. So you can again, you could use these kind of states with the analog. Say, well, the analog hasn't been pressed. Now it's been pressed. So that frame has just been pressed. Say, oh, I've been holding the analog. I don't know how useful that is, but you can easily make that determination in the data. So that's nothing unusual. I don't currently have that programmed, but the buttons are the most important ones. So having those states are very, very good. And doing all of this without garbage collection is very key, because in rollback netcode, especially in Unity, a managed language, I guess is what they call it. It has a garbage collector that is automatic, and it just does its own thing, and you don't get to control that. In C++, you have to collect garbage on your own and manually do it. The problem is, if you don't do it, you screw up, you have a glitch or whatever, you can have a huge issue. Memory can back up and crash the system. So C# was like, okay, we're just gonna do this automatically, And then every so often, our algorithm will go through, it'll check what has been deleted, what's no longer in use, take those bits of data and remove them, unallocate them, whatever it is. Problem with that is you don't get a lot of control as to when that happens, and when it does happen, if you have a lot of things that need to be removed, it will cause at least a frame skip. Not good. It can really kind of kill the performance of your game if you don't manage it. And for something as ubiquitous as reading inputs, you are making a new, you have to create a new input state and fill it out and send it throughout the system. That generates a lot of garbage, especially if you don't plan it out very well, which I didn't originally. And this is why I'm doing this now instead of having done it years ago. So I know a bit better about what garbage collection is and how to get away with not invoking garbage collection. There are ways that you can make things that don't have to be collected. And that's what I'm doing here. So essentially the way I ended up getting by that is, let's see, where is my input state? The log pattern. Okay, we're going to close these until we find input state. Oh, there it is. Close. Okay. Our input state, honestly, like, these values are getting inserted, but these are going to become global values eventually. But the biggest one is this raw state and previous state. This is a oolong. It's an oolong, right? Dragon Ball oolong. A U long is an unsigned long integer. In other words, it's a big number that does not have a negative component. So in other words, I cannot make -1 as a value for a U long because negatives don't exist for U unsigned. Like sign, a positive sign or negative sign is where that comes from. So an unsigned number doesn't have the potential to become negative. However, because of that, they can actually just be a tiny bit bigger because storing that positive or negative sign actually takes away one bit out of the number data. So an unsigned long basically gives you the largest number that's not a floating point decimal, essentially. Now you can probably make your own byte array and shit to do something else, but as far as built-in stuff that doesn't require garbage collection, this does not require garbage collection. So that's very good. That's what we want. And this is just one big long number. It's okay, so I gotta take this number and kind of imaginarily divide it up into sections to say, okay, this section is for button 1, this section is for button 2, this section is for button 3, and so on and so forth. The easiest way to do that is binary. So, a binary log is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 times 2. 64 bits. 64 bits. So, represented in binary, you either have a 1 or 0 in any one of these slots. There are 64 slots for individual pieces of data. So, if I have a button, which really is just, is it pressed down or is it released? Then right here, if it's pressed down, just put a 1. If it's not pressed down, we put a 0. Great, very simple, right? We could have 64 buttons, isn't that great? Fantastic. I don't know a controller that has 64 buttons, but I guess if you did find something that only had digital buttons and there were 64 of them, you could do that. Wonderful, great. Okay, so what about analogs? Well, you can just start grouping stuff together. 2, 3, 4. Okay, that 4 is an analog. That 4 is an analog. This is our X, and our Y on our movement analog stick. So you'll notice that, instead of using a full 64 bits to get your precision, you're left with 4, right? And so how much is that? That's 1, 2, 4, 8. I believe that's 16. You have 16 possible numbers here. And the way you do that is say 1, 0, 0. This is 1. This is 1. This equals 1 in binary. If I have 1, 1, 0, 0, you add them together. Slot 1 is 1, slot 2 is 2. It's 2. 0, 0, 0, there's nothing. 0. 1, 0, 1, 0. That's 1 plus 4. 5. See how that works? We can make a sub number out of the big number by just reading the first 4 bits and seeing what it contains. So what is all this added together? Well, you've got 8 plus 1 is 9, plus 2 is 11, plus 4 is 15. Like 15, weird, right? But remember, 0 counts. So 0 to 15 equals 16 states. See how that works? In other words, pressing the analog up, you get 0 to 8. Pressing the analog down, you get 0 to negative 8. Let's say 2. But make that a little more sensible. Actually, I think it's 0 to 7. Because the sign, remember, sign takes up one of your bits. So, in fact, what it would be is, I think this is the sign bit on the end. It's either in the front or the end. Depends on what you're doing with. So 4, 5, 6, 7. That's your total states. 7 states. Plus 0. So you got 8 states. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, and then 0. So you have 8 states like this, plus the sign. So 3 bits to get a value of 8, and then you add the positive negative sign. You still have 16 states total, because 0 counts. So negative 7, 7, and a positive or negative. So the positive is, analog up, and the negative is analog down. So I just package 4 of these in here. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. There's our X and our Y. We got that. And we've got, I don't know, we've got A, B, X, Y, that's 4. So we've got 4 buttons. Let's see, you got L and R, the L2 and R2, another 4. 2, 3, 4. Got start and select. Got home. Oh, and the D-pad counts as buttons usually. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There. And then you see how I've started to carve this up into slots. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this first one can be our movement analog. Second one can be our camera analog. And you see how I'm just carving up this U-long here into all the data that I need in order to do my stuff. Now I could say maybe I need more precision. Maybe this is a shmup, like Assault Android Tactics. It's a top-down shooting shmup, and I need tons of analog precision. So, boom, 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 boom. We added more bits, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 added bits. Still got plenty of space. All these zeros. Still got plenty of space, baby. Let's just make it wider for everybody's reading convenience. See how that works? Yeah, we're in the nerd shit now. Get in the programming zone. So here's the thing, U-longs don't generate garbage. You can just get rid of them and they're fine. If you make an array, generates garbage. If you're making a list, generates garbage. A queue generates garbage. A stack generates garbage. You cannot use those for your input states, or you will get garbage, you will get frame drops, and it just takes extra processing time away from your game. Pup on Odyssey says, yo, and good day, humans. What, you're not a human too? Well, hello. Hello. Welcome. Yes, and good day. It is a good day. It was very nice out today. It wasn't too overly hot, and we had a little rain at the end of it. So that's it. You just carve up what you want out of this. Carve out how many bits you want for this. Then, you know, In Control will give you a float between whatever. And then what you do is you just scale that down to whatever possible size this is. So, I don't know, what is this? 1, 2, 4, 8, I'm gonna say 16, 32? I think that's how that goes, right? That's 64? A 0 to 63 value, or a negative 31 to 31 value for an analog. So, yeah. Like I said before, grab yourself an analog stick, and from the center, push it up to the top. You know? Could you manually, with your human abilities, increment that 31 times until you reached the top? Like, intelligently, like, actually pushed it 31 different states until you reach the top of the analog stick? My guess is no. In fact, that'd be ridiculously overkill. But, you know, precision does matter in some games more than others. So, okay, we've got the space. This is your movement analog, and this is your camera analog. Well, we've got plenty of space for that, and we've got all our buttons. X, Y, A, B, 2 L buttons, 2 R buttons, start, select, and a D-pad. It's all contained in here. Because they only take one slot. They're either pressed or not pressed, right? So that's 1 or 0. 1 is pressed, 0 not pressed. And I still have all this extra space to do extra stuff with. Okay. Let's see what I got. 6 bits here. 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's my L trigger. So some games have triggers that are analog. There's my, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. I got my right trigger, got my left trigger. Oh, and then now we don't need 2 buttons for that, so we'll recoup that. So there you go. Now we got analog triggers. We still have space left over. So you can see how flexible this system is. And God, I don't think you need 31 states on your analog, but you know, whatever. We set the precision to 64. So yeah, actually this would be a whole 63 states. Yeah. So here we got ultra precision on both of our analog sticks, and on our L and R triggers, and we have still space left over. That's great. So we have the raw state, and then we have previous raw state. That's how I tell if a button was pressed. If a button was not pressed in the previous state, but it is pressed in the current state, then that means it was just pressed this frame, and we can read that data, find out that that is what happened, and do something special for that. Again, when you hold down the button, Mega Man doesn't rapid fire. You press it once, he fires. That's how they tell. Was he pressing fire last frame? No. Is he pressing fire in this frame? Yes. Okay, shoot a lemon. Was he pressing fire last frame? Yes. Is he pressing fire in this frame? No, don't shoot a lemon, but instead start charging. That's how they do that. So you see kind of how all that works. I know it's binary nerdy bullshit, but this is the solution I came up with. You can take whatever information the controller gives you, and you can rescale that value to be 0 to 63. And then you sign it, give it a positive, negative component, and you just and you just do the let's see. Apply that in your logic, and then you can tell like a negative and a positive. You say, oh, this X is going up and down. When you press forward on the analog stick, that's positive. When you press down on the analog stick, it's negative. What game is this buffer system for? Everything that I make. I'm trying to make it as simple to set up in Unity as possible. And if I can do that, then I can just take it and import it into everything. Now, specifically why I went through and re-engineered everything to be this more efficient, garbage-less thing is for Pocket Fighter EX, which I don't have open. We will attempt to open it, and hopefully the computer don't fry. I'm having two things open. It's basically a fighting game, a fan game, so rollback netcode needs everything to be efficient and deterministic. And that calculates the same on all the computers. I mean, there's no math errors in it, and that does facilitate this. So storing it like this, an integer, so this ulong is just a big long integer. That's all that means, 64-bit integer. It can be a very, very high number, but we're gonna, section it out into smaller numbers. But they're deterministic. So when you have a decimal value, computers, all different computers are manufactured differently, and they have their own optimizations on how to do decimal math. They take shortcuts, and for the most part, that's okay. I mean, unless you're doing really scientific, stuff, you don't need that level of precision. However, you're playing on a PlayStation and the Xbox, and two people are trying to do multiplayer. The game goes through and they calculate some kind of calculation, like say it's just a position on the screen. Okay, Ryu is enter safe mode. Uh-oh, what happened? How come it borked? Well, I guess we'll find out. You know what? I think I know why. I think I updated something in the library, and the game's probably not happy with that change. We can fix that in real time. Shouldn't be too bad. So, say Ryu and Ken are fighting in Street Fighter, and Ryu's position is 1.5, and Ken's position is 1.6, or whatever. On Xbox, it calculated 1.6, and on PlayStation, it calculated 1.7, because the decimal math on PlayStation is slightly different than the decimal math on Xbox. Okay, great, but we got a problem there. Now the two games are desynced. One thinks Ken's at 1.6, and the other one thinks Ken's at 1.7, and that could be enough to... Oh yeah, that's right, I changed the save state code. That could be enough to force you to have missed a move. Maybe on PlayStation, you punch Ken in the face, and on Xbox, you narrowly missed Ken. Well, now the games aren't synced up anymore. Somebody got hit on one side and didn't on the other, and well, that causes a desync and a disconnect, and so on and so forth. That's what the deterministic stuff is for. But if you store integers that don't have decimal components, then you're good. Normal integer math is deterministic across any platform, as far as I've noticed anyway, and you're pretty safe with that. So that's what we do. Instead of using decimals, we just use really big numbers, and we go from there. And then I can transmit this too through the internet. I can say, oh, just send this ulong in a packet to the other player, and then they'll get that, and then they'll have the controller data from the other person, and then the game can continue and so forth. That's how all that works, and that's why it is important to be deterministic and also efficient with this. And we were talking before about garbage collection. If you use complicated sets of data, like an array, like if you can store multiple numbers instead of just one, that causes garbage, and eventually the game has to go through and say, hey, who needs to get removed? And if you've got a shit ton of stuff that needs to be removed, you're looking at a frame drop, and that is not acceptable in almost any game, especially not fighting games, especially not online. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Bad news. So that's what that's all about. Alright, but what does this want now? Implement the abstract class. Okay, we'll do that. I think there should be only one. Yeah, it's only one here. It was just missing this one thing for... I changed the way the save and load worked here. And in this case, this one did not need to do anything after the state was loaded. So I don't have to do anything special there. And I'm going to assume that's what all these other ones are, but I did mandate that this actually gets instantiated, where prior to that I did not mandate that it get put in. But I think it's a good idea to force that, so we'll just update the ones that never needed it. There we go. Oh, I guess keep that space. Had to move from Oddity. Buffering too much? Really? Oh, that's a shame. I'm gonna keep it mute here, but I'm gonna actually watch it and see if it works out alright. Typically, whenever I preview it, it looks pretty alright. So, I know Odyssey was having some website issues yesterday. Oh yeah, it's not loading for me either. Yeah, I think something might be up with their system. Yesterday I was getting an error while trying to log in and stuff, so maybe they got maintenance going on. Anyway, welcome to the YouTube side, pup. I know, we're dealing with the devil now. But we're on YouTube. God help us. We are on Twitch. I guess God help us there too, right? But we are also on Odyssey, and we're technically on Facebook, and I don't think anybody actually shows up there. This Facebook's garbage, right? I will say the advantage on YouTube is the best for connections. If you have a poor internet connection, YouTube automatically transcodes the signal, and essentially what that means is it makes different quality settings. Now, Twitch doesn't always do that. Twitch only does that if they think you're popular or if you're a partner. Not an affiliate, but a partner. Uh-oh, we got bad news bears going on all over the place. What happened? Can I move? No. Wait, why can't I move? What happened here? What do we got warnings for? Unvalidate, yeah, blah, blah, blah. This is fine, that's fine. And then this is all, refire stuff or whatever it's called. Yeah, okay, I'm not reading all that shit. It's possible that it just needed one update to get its act together, so let's see. Will it work now? This is the fighting game, and I'm trying to implement this thing in. Yeah, we good? No, not. What went on? What is... These are fine. And these are just small spawning notifications. Yeah, but it doesn't show like anything went wrong. What the hell's going on? I can tell something's wrong because Terry's not facing the right direction. And obviously I can't move anyway. I really don't know. I don't know what's up. Well, this is the game. When it does work, I don't know. I screwed something up. I can try to reload it. See if it works. I also noticed that this is not working either. Do we have a palette that's loaded by default? Yeah, we do. I don't know. Maybe the repository needs updating. Yeah, I don't know. This one's screwy right now. I'll have to figure out what's up. This isn't Monday, so we don't typically work on Pocket Fighter yet. But today's a catch-up day because my GPU had a big old tantrum, and I've not been able to work for 3 days. So. Oh, well, that looks a little better already. We got the colors back. Are we good? Nope. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up. I'll have to figure it out. Last ditch thing I can do is try to force reserialize all the data and see if that helps. Yeah, get over here. And we'll hit that. That'll take a minute. But yeah, if you're oh, Odyssey looks like it's back now. Oh god, it is buffering really awful. Oh no. Alright, let me check something. I will attempt to reset the Odyssey stream. I don't know if that'll help. Like I said, it looks like Odyssey has been having issues. But here we go. Off. And on. And we'll see what happens. Hopefully it works out okay. Well, like I said, yeah, YouTube is usually the most stable. Especially for people with lower internet speeds. It will knock down the quality automatically for you. Twitch doesn't do that unless they like you. And I seem to keep getting on the they like me list, and then they mysteriously fall off the they like me list for no reason. So that's an issue. It's part of why I went to multi-streaming instead of staying on Twitch. No quality settings, but some people couldn't watch the stream, and well, that's no good, right? Yeah. On my back. Said it's going. Yeah, Odyssey just might be having some issues. Okay, and Terry's still facing the other direction. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out and see what I can do throughout the week, because that's clearly not correct. But to keep focused, we'll keep doing the input stuff here. So yeah, if you want to do rollback netcode, I would highly recommend that you do this kind of stuff. Not only, well, actually for pretty much any game. You don't want garbage collection in any game to occur, at least not at the level that's going to cause a problem. There are times when you cannot avoid garbage collection, but you should construct it in a way so those objects are preserved until it is safe to get rid of them, such as a loading screen. The loading screen hits, okay, now you can delete everything in your scene. You can get rid of all your lists, all of your arrays, all that garbage. You can have a metric fuck ton of garbage, and it doesn't matter because frame drops during a loading screen don't matter. It's a loading screen. They're not playing the game right now. They're waiting for it to load. Boom, hit it, knock all the garbage out, make sure it's all gone before you pull the loading screen back, and then you're all good. So, yeah, this is why I hurt myself by doing binary shit. This unhealthy obsession with optimization. But you see the buttons, you see them moving, so, and we got some of it. I have not done the analog part of it. Now, I've tested the analog data. The analog data does work. I've done a proof of concept before this iteration of it. It's just a matter of getting in control set up in a way that it likes. I have the data to interface between them, and then I can read the data from in control, store it in the analog, and go from there. However, I realized in control does analogs a little differently. So I will show you what my analog data looks like. Say a 2-axis analog. I say move, right? Our move script. We have a move X and a Y. These safe names are basically just like safe to get turned into an enum, or like just easy to read for the computer. Of an X and a Y, so I guess the X would be moving left to right, Y would be moving up and down with the analog. And I don't know if that's all the ones I have, right? Yeah. And that takes the name of the object here in the inspector, makes it move. I could pull it like move plus plus, and it knows that plus plus is not a valid. It's not updated. Can I refresh? Reset? Oh god, what happened? Okay, maybe that's a glitch. Did it error out? What happened? Reset? Oh, we don't like that. I need to make like a button then, I think, for it. There we go. Okay, yeah, here, so it removed the double pluses, because it doesn't consider those valid characters, so it just outright removes them. Or if you have like a 4 in front of it, you cannot start enums with a number. Oh yeah, here, and then it did update. So instead of doing 4, it made an underscore, because it really doesn't know what else to do with it to do like that. So we'll just change it back to normal. There, and now it's updated. So that's all well and good, right? The thing is, when you make an analog stick in control, it wants more than that. It wants both. It wants up, down, left, and right. So you could say the X, so going left to right, right? X is left to right on the analog. So you could get a negative X that's moving left, a positive X moves right. But in control wants that split up into two. It wants it as left and right as separate values. So this is not going to work. We need to change this to make sure that it has the up and the down. Now the one axis is be like trigger buttons, like on an Xbox, so pull the analog trigger, or a GameCube. Actually, it's probably the first one that did it, right? At least on consoles, the GameCube's trigger, analog triggers. Well, it's just called analog trigger here. There's no up and down, or just analog trigger up. I guess it would just be, no, it would have an up and a down. Potentially. I don't know. Let's see. Actually, I'm really curious. What does this thing think it does? Okay, that's the bumper. This is the analog. Now I'm using a Super Nintendo Bluetooth controller, so I don't have actual analog. But you know what? I have the PlayStation controller here. I mean, how do you sync these? I think you do what, share and on at the same time? Share and power button? Yeah, there it goes. It's working. I got my May Flash adapter here, so I mean it should be able to pick it up, I think. Then we'll have full analog. Yeah? Is it going? Oh, it's not working. Hold on. It's not trying to sync. There we go. Okay, now it should catch it. Yeah? Yeah, please. Yeah? Oh yeah, look, I got analog. Okay, I've got... Oh, it's not charged. It just died on me. God. Okay, do I have a charge? Wait, I got a charge cable here, right? Let's see, will this work? Oh, this is gonna be really annoying though. What if I just plug it in? Will it go? Yeah? Oh, we got something. Oh, wow, it really doesn't like that. Holy shit, the computer's freaking out. You can't see it? The USB, the other USB light I have is like flickering when I turn that on. Yeah, I guess that one doesn't work out too well, does it? Let's see, do I have another one that's like this? What is that? See? I don't know if I have another cord for this. Oh, here's a tiny one. Oh, that'd be a pain in the ass. That won't work. It's literally like 2 inches. How am I supposed to plug that in? That wouldn't even go, would it? I don't have anything else with analog triggers here, do I? No, because I got the switch controller. Hey, I got the switch controller. Hold on. Let me go grab the Switch Pro controller. I'll be right back. Yeah, listen to the music. Good news, everyone! I found a charge cable. Amber's controller was charged, so I took it back. It's mine now, bitch! And let's just plug that in. Oop. Okay, so now, oh, good, alright. It's happy now. We got analog, right? Oh, here, okay. So look at that. Okay, the right stick is X and Y rotation. The triggers. Oh god, I forgot. I forgot how stupid the triggers are in this mode. Okay, that doesn't help. They don't actually act like this in X input. Big Farnsworth energy. Yeah, exactly. That was the whole idea. Yeah, the triggers here work strange. The Xbox controller triggers work strange on PC if you're not using X input. And this tool, of course, is using direct input. So, man. We're gonna have to build our own debug readout here. Because this is not going to tell us what we want. And I don't know. Let's do a quick Google search. See if there's a way to Google.com. Never do it on the main screen. Only bad things can happen. CX input controller. Getting started with X input. Comparison of X input. No, that's like developer shit. Let's see. Windows 10 X input settings. How about that? Can we just see? I just want to see the controller data. There really is nothing. How to calibrate your PlayStation controller. Yeah, no, we don't want that. X input. Okay, we're gonna have to build our own visualizer then. Actually, I was planning on doing it anyway, and that's what this right input state should do. So yeah, let's do that. I want to show you, or I want to test first to see, because direct input is the old computer standard, and X input's the new one. You use an X input game in direct input mode, you get that weird shit where like it's got one. You saw it, right? It's got one axis for both analog triggers. So here, I guess like you couldn't see what I was pressing, right? So here, let me do it again and I'll tell you what I'm doing. So this is not, I'm not pressing either of the triggers, either the left or right triggers. Now I'm pulling down the left trigger and it increases. Okay, whatever, right? It's the Z axis, it increases with the middle thing. If I pull the right trigger down, it pulls down the trigger from mid to 0. If I pull them both down, it goes back up. So it's like an aggregate. I pull half down on left, half down on right. It like goes back, right? It's weird. So I don't know. It's if I hold down the left and I start pulling down the right, you see what happens. It's stupid. And I do not know why they do this. You can enumerate a whole shitload of axis in direct input. I have no idea. The only thing I can think of is they wanted to force developers to use the X input standard and be like, oh, well, when you plug in an Xbox controller on a PC, it won't work with your stupid old game. It'll all fuck up. I think that's why. So yeah, it's stupid, and I've never known a game that actually can handle what the fuck is going on here. So yeah, it's dumb. So we can't get good data here as to what the hell is actually going on. What data are we getting? Does it have a positive and a negative? What is it? Does it just go from 0 to... I think 128 is the amount of states that the analog triggers actually give you an X input standard. A long time ago, I programmed directly from DirectX. I programmed an X input interface. I think it was 128, but I could be 256. I really honestly don't remember because that was a very long time ago. And I haven't touched it since. So we're just going to build our own. Let's see. So if I pull the input manager. Oh, this is mine, right? This is my input manager. Do we have to use my input manager? We don't. I think if I knock out the namespace here, I think that'll keep it from pulling my data. And this should be okay. Yeah, this is X or this is in controls, which has an X input functionality. So let's see what it gives us. At least it might give us some kind of idea of what the hell's going on. So yeah, X input buffer size. What is that? Set the X input buffer size. Usually you want this to be 0. Setting it higher will introduce latency. Oh, we don't want that. But may smooth out input if querying on fixed update, which tends to cluster calls and frame. Okay, that's fine. What's the wiki say? Which wiki? Oh, X input or input managers? I'm sorry, in controls wiki. That's a good point, actually. We might have something in here about it. I would like to just see it in motion. Like a real feel for it. Gonna search one axis. No matches. One axis input control. Update with state. Update with value. But what's our value? Bool, raw. Float, first. State is bool? No way. There's gotta be like a value here because it's analog. No way. Hold up. Okay, let's just go show something. Public attribute raw. No way. Like what? Yeah, update with value. This is what we want. We want value. So where the hell is value? Oh, here it is. Duh. Okay. We would get a float out of here. It doesn't tell us what the range would be for. It's read only. Yeah, we're just gonna have to do it. It's fine. I wanted to do this anyway. So get what? Get device manager. Let's see. What? Oh, no. I don't think it actually gives us... Oh, active device. What do we get? Oh, here we go. Here we go! Oh god, it's got a million fucking things. Got states. Last input after let's actions. Input. I just want to get like an array of all the controls here, right? I think these are just shortcuts. Yeah, any button was pressed. Well, I should add that into mine too, right? Any button is down, any button is pressed or was pressed. controls. What's this? What are you? Read only collection. What is an input control? No, what's this? It doesn't say. Handle target. Oh, this might be what we want. This is a list, a read-only collection. Sure. This probably creates garbage, but I don't care because it's a debug thing for us. Oh. Just messing my indents up. Controls. Okay, so then for int I equals 0, I is less than control count, which we will create. I plus plus. Quick action. Generate a field. Where did it put it? I'll put it all the way at top. Okay, that was not worth the time investment that it saved. So do this control. Count. Oh, no semicolon there. And then string message. Whatever. Let's say just that it's not used. So message plus equals. The $sign lets us insert values. So we're going to do /n, and that gives us a new line. And then we will say controls I, and what data do we get? Is analog, is button. Ooh, that can help. If it's analog, then we'll use this message. Else if what did I do? I tried to build. It's trying to debug. Yeah, it's gonna freak out. I don't know what the hell command I hit. I slipped and hit control something. Whatever. Is button. Then we'll do a different message. So if it's a button, then we can do what I did before. Button state equals this, but then we'll say if is pressed. Is there a was pressed? Was pressed. Okay, and that doesn't tell you. I think this is if it was just pressed in this frame. I think that's what that is. So button state equals then plus else was released. Then we do negative. Else if is pressed, so being held down. That's double plus. Oh, I've got cap box on apparently. I don't have a cap box like light on this keyboard, which is really annoying, so I don't know what's going on. Button. Do we have a number? We don't. I guess we don't have a number, but we do have like an input number, right? So the I. Yeah, let's do that. So I to string I guess we don't need the parentheses. We're gonna make sure that it shows 2 digits. So 2 string, and you just give it this string. This is the format for it. And then up here, instead, it'll be analog and that. So control here, got dot value, yeah. Yeah, we'll just see what it does. We'll just see what it does. And then we'll update our Text Mesh Pro. Dot text equals this message. We want to add, what does this one have? Input state data. Input state data, and then 1 space. Alright, let's see what happens. We don't get shit. That's what happens. Really? Come on, there's nothing? Oh, Jesus, here we go. Oh god. Yeah, that worked. Let's see. Font size. Yeah, let's make that a little smaller. Oh, well this is interesting for sure. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna make these numbers a little easier to see here for one. So, and let me close the Pocket Fighter EX one because I don't need that file open. So the same way we did with the getting double digits on the 2 string, we can do that here on the float value. So 0.000 should give us a whole number always and 3 decimal places. I think that's how that works. Oh, and yeah, we're gonna need... Yeah, see now we can kind of see better here for the X and the Y. We need to see all of them. Man, it makes it so small though. Jeez. Well, what? Yeah. It makes the L and the R. Wait. Oh, that's here. Yeah, we can zoom in now. Assuming it's either 7 or 9, yeah, is R. You see it moving here, right? So it is 0 to 1. It's 0 to 1. If I move up, this must be the X, upwards. Oh, down, yeah, down's its own thing. Okay, yeah, and that's what I was saying before. I think in Control 1's up and down is their own separate thing. So it counts, it doesn't count down as negative. It's not 0 to -1, it's 0 to 1. Up is that, and then left is 0 to 1 on analog 0, and right is 0 to 1, oh, almost 1. I can get 0.999, oh, there's 1. And that's all the way here. Okay. That's how it wants to roll. Computer fix, poggers, yeah. Yeah, you weren't here not Friday, Thursday, right? Or, you know, it happened on Friday. My GPU decided to jump off the bridge. And then it acted normal again. It acted like nothing happened, so we're just crossing our fingers that it was a happy little hiccup. And then pulling it out and cleaning the contacts and putting it back in fixed it. We don't know if that's actually true, but we hope it is. So yeah, it looks like raw analog is just in 4 directions. there are 4 analog values, and they're all positive. So pressing up gives you +1, pressing down gives you +1, but on a different analog. So yeah, we'll have to figure out how to manage that. Because I want them formatted in up is positive, down is negative, but it's one value, right? We can do both. So we've got face buttons, start. I honestly have no idea what select is in the system. I've tried just assigning select and it doesn't work. Now obviously on here it's reading through X input. So I tried back, like here, I tried share, because that's the PlayStation version. But I tried back, that should be the Xbox button, right? Let's see, we had an Xbox One controller. Oh, Jesus, oh God, oh, fuck. I have an Xbox One controller here. It shows 2 different windows. The select button is 2 different windows. What is that? What do they call it? The start button is just 3 lines. What the hell does that mean? It used to be back, right? It used to be start and back? I don't know. I used menu, and menu works for the start button. But what do they call the select button now? Alright, hold on. I'll Google it. Google Xbox One controller layout. I don't know. Will that tell me? Oh, here. What? Oh, they're just numbered? It's just numbered. Here, can we get the actual name? This is close? What? I don't know if that's the actual name of it or what. Oh, this is just mapping it to other bullshit. Menu and map? Oh no, but these are just telling you what the abilities are for the game. I need to know what the actual... Wait, is map an actual thing? Wait, is there a map? No. There's back, start, select, system. Like, these cover all the different controller types, right? System options. I think I tried options and that didn't work. Let's try it. No. Other buttons work, right? Yeah, no. Start works. Select doesn't. It's not options. Options is for start on PS4? Oh, okay. Gotcha. There's pause, menu. Well, menu was the start button. Share? That's PS4. Home? Now that's like Wii. I think that's the other button anyway. I think that's just like their generic like logo button. View? Power capture assistant. Plus or minus. I've tried minus and that didn't work. What else we got here? Mute guide, pedal left, right, gear up, down, pitch, roll, yaw. POV, tilt, gyroscope. This is why I like In Control, because it's got a whole bunch of shit. It's got all crazy stuff. Wait, does accelerometer actually work? I guess it wouldn't work on Xbox? I don't know, I think they don't have accelerometers. I'm using an adapter to get it onto the computer, so I don't know. Whatever Xbox does, this is what this does. Left command, and it's analogs and buttons, the raw ones. And count? Yeah, that's... Oh, that's probably for the enum. Yeah, I don't know, man. What the hell is that button called? Let's see. These are just D-pads, triggers, and shit, yeah. It's definitely going to be in this section here. Back, start, select, system. System? System? I don't know what that does, but whatever. I'm assuming that that's like the home button, but is that the actual home button? No, it doesn't do anything. Does that home button actually do anything? Oh, this is touchpad. Oh, wait, touchpad has negative? Wait, who had negative? Wait, hold on. The right analog has negative. Oh, wait, let me size this down. Why does the right analog have negative? Look down here. This is the right analog. Wait, but it goes up here too? What the hell is this then? Why does this have negative? Yeah, this has +1 to -1. Down here. Yo, I'm confused. I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on. It thinks the R1 and L1 are analog though, for some reason. Like, sure, they're only gonna be like 1 or 0. This is on the left is my system, by the way. No, it is just pulling information off of in control, but that's why I want to see the in control state here. Is view or map officially? Okay, let's try that. Let's try view. View. What a weird name, but okay, whatever. Hey, look at that! Yep, we got select now. Okay, I have to remember that. Yeah. Okay, so on the Nintendo controller, Y, B, A, X, L1, R1, L2, R2. Start and select. Hey, we got it. Okay, cool. Nice. Oh, and yeah, we need, hold on, we need to figure out. I need to just move this over here. That's what I need to do. One column view. And the console can go below everything. Oh, the profiler's on. Well, that's fine. That's how I check for garbage collection. Is deep profile on? It's not. We'll turn it on. It won't hamper anything. I feel like the profiler should be up here then. This is how you check for garbage collection, by the way. There's going to be a little bit because generating strings causes garbage, but basic idea here, see garbage collector? And then I think down here this is garbage collection allocated in a frame. It will sometimes spike up, but that's not from my system. And the way you can tell is you pause it and say I hold down a button and I frame step and oh yeah, okay, Y is being pressed. Here's what you do. You go to player loop, you sort by garbage collection. Sort by GC alloc, that's garbage collection allocation. And then you go through. Make this a little bigger here. Really all we care about is garbage collection. So we see the input readout generating this string causes 24 kilobytes of garbage collection because the string's pretty big. The debug readout over here is 3.2 kilobytes, smaller string. But that's it. You notice my updater, 0, baby. No garbage collection. Got nothing. And that's where the state's being generated in red and all that. Yeah, see, generate input state? Nothing. Nada. No garbage, baby. So I'm happy about that. And obviously, like, reading the inputs doesn't do anything. So here's this is the debug readout on the left. So, see? Checking is down, is released, nothing. 0. Across the board, 0, 0, 0. Very happy about that. But yeah, here, get object name. That costs some. The string format, string concatenation. Yeah, these are all what and creating the strings, this is all where the garbage comes from, which is really annoying because strings are very useful, but they no good. No good. But yeah, if you were questioning me on the garbage collection, well, there you go. Yeah. Okay, so select. We got it. And this is something I'm going to have to compensate for that I currently am not. At least within control, your default configurations by these different names actually do shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between select and view. So if you're on a Nintendo platform, or if the computer can just read the Nintendo controller, and in control thinks it's a Nintendo controller, well, view here is not going to work. This won't work for select. You would have to go in and you'd actually have to select, lack of a better term. You'd actually have to use select and not view. The system currently doesn't take care of that, unfortunately. So now I need to create per platform default controller configurations. Yeah. Great, right? It's getting more complicated right before my very eyes. This is something that Pocket Fighter EX does not handle currently, by the way. And I've actually gotten a couple complaints about it. They're like, oh yeah, I plugged in like a Nintendo controller, and like it worked, but like it said it found it, but it didn't actually do anything. They had to go through and change their configuration because none of the buttons and shit worked. They were all set to the Xbox standard inputs. And you've got to go in there and then... Oh, what's up, Phil?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, that's alright. You had to go in there and then just reset all your controls because they'd be effectively blank. It would have registered the Xbox stuff, and that would be in the configuration, but the system wouldn't recognize it because it thought it was a different kind of controller. And you could do that with PlayStation controllers. So, honestly, I mean, I do use all through this adapter here. So everything's going to get seen as an Xbox controller, you know, when I plug it in. But, man, I don't know. Actually, let's see. I'm going to unplug it here for a second. What are the different options? There's direct input, there's Switch, X input, Switch Pro, Neo Geo Mini, and PS Classic. I don't know. I don't know what it would think direct input would be. Let me try it. Plug the adapter back in. Let's see. What mode are you in? You are in Xbox mode. So 1, 2, 3. Boink. You see it go away? It thinks it is red. That's Switch, right? Patch a native device. Handles 37. Alright, let's see. What does it think this is? Oh, we should do the names. Just do the names here, see what it thinks it is. So instead of button or analog, let's include the name. Can you tell the system to launch different menus based on the menu buttons? Can the raw button input be on the same side for every system? I don't know what you mean on the same sides, but that's the idea, right? If I can detect what it is, because see here, it detects joystick connected and it says Magic NS. But if I switch it to, can I just plug the, hold on, can I just plug the PlayStation controller in? Will it see it? What do we get? Do I actually, oh yeah, look at that, wireless controller. Yeah, I don't know if it thinks it's PlayStation or not, but it found it. I don't know if that's Steam being the intermediator here. It's just wireless controller, huh? I don't know. Well, you know what? Let me make this change here, and then we might actually get an answer for this. Here, I'm gonna say if control count is equal to 0, then we return. Oh yeah, and then say like disconnected or some shit. Disconnected. Otherwise, oh yeah, we want to add the name. So controls. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Active device. Active device. Dot name? Yeah, there we go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we want that, and we want controls, and we want to get the input type name. We got a name here? No. What do we got? We got a label? We got anything? Enabled. Commit. Handle is analog button. Handle. What's handle? A string? Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I'll just insert it here. Fuck, I love Sonic Mania soundtrack so much. God damn. So good. Maybe you could use the controller info as a differentiator. Yeah, that's the plan. That's what we want to do. I just don't know what information it's actually going to give us. So let's see. Disconnected. Plug it in. Now I'm plugging the PlayStation 4 controller in raw without the adapter. Okay. Oh yeah, look it! PlayStation 4 controller. So we get that information. Yeah, we could definitely do it then. Oh yeah, look it. Right stick? Oh, we got the labels now. Perfect. Let me size this so it's easier to see. God damn. Okay. This is 15.55. Codify that in. 15.5. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it tells us. Yeah. So we should be able to, like, in this way we could maybe look for that, right? And then we could say, oh, when it's PlayStation 4 controller, then we can maybe change the button prompts so that they look like PlayStation stuff. You know, we could definitely do things like that. And this is what I was hoping that we could get, because then I can make different default configurations. So when a PlayStation 4 controller is plugged in, it will use this menu and view, or not view and menu, but it'll use share and touchpad and all this other shit. Yeah, what's it? Left stick X? Left stick up and down. Oh, okay, so there's different... They actually have the positive and negative here. I wonder what it's reading for this. Left stick up and down, and X and Y. The X and Y gets you what you're looking for, right? Or what I'm looking for. The positive X is right, negative X is left. But they also have the up and down up here. Yeah, I don't know. I should probably make it so that you can read both on my system. Have the up and down, the left and right. I think that makes sense. Okay, so there's no up or down here for L2. It's just one value range. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay, cross, circle, square, triangle, R1, R2. That's weird that these are analogs. They're digital on this controller, though. You cannot press them as an analog. But it thinks it's... Yeah, the labels are, as you see. So if I go to... see, A would be circle, right? If I go here, can I actually add circle? Is circle a value here? I don't see it. So I wonder... I wonder where that information is coming from. Because the actions, the action buttons, these are kind of the generic ones. I don't see like circle and triangle though. So what, let's see, where is that coming from? From handle? Just handle, the string handle. Wacky, I don't know. So yeah, I guess this gives us a lot of good information. Okay, if I unplug that, and I go through the Xbox adapter here, we'll see what happens. It is currently set into switch mode, so I don't know what it... Yeah, it doesn't know what it is, but it can read it, but it has no idea. See, it says unknown device. It doesn't quite understand what that is. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Boink. And this is purple. This is Switch Pro mode. Oh yeah, look at Nintendo Switch Pro controller. Do I get analog? Oh no. What's going on here? How come it's going fucking nuts? Let's see. Unplug it. Oh, that's the adapter. That's not... It's definitely not the controller. I unplugged the controller. Right? It's not like... gyros. No, the controller's off. Let's see. Plug in NES or Super Nintendo controller? Oh, it does not like it. It doesn't like the Switch Pro controller. Holy shit. Okay, this could be Steam interfering. Because Steam likes to interfere with shit. So let me close this. I have to have Steam open to do that. So let's close Steam. Because it has its own controller bullshit. And it can absolutely interfere with stuff. So, okay. Is it happy? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Let's see what we get. No, it's still fucked up. See, pull it out. Reconnect. Oh, it calmed down now. But now I don't have any input. But it does say Switch Pro controller. Yeah, it's connected, but it's not. Alright. I'm connecting the PS4 controller back to the adapter, which is now in Nintendo Pro mode. And let's see. Yeah, we don't get anything, so I guess that's not technically supported. Alright, next. 3. Unknown device. It does pick up whatever it is. Let's see, this is yellow mode. That's Neo Geo Mini mode. This next one should be PlayStation Classic mode. Yeah, it doesn't. It just knows it's generic. Oh, hey, now this is interesting. It only has the D-pad in PlayStation Classic, and that makes sense, right? Because the PlayStation Classic didn't have the DualShock. So it's got the, yeah, square, X, circle, triangle, L1, L2, L3, or, yeah, L1, L2, R1, R2, let's see, and then all those, and then start and select. Yeah, and then just the D-pad. That's funny. So you can see that was the only configuration they allowed on that. Wacky. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3. One. What we got? Unknown. What is? It's white. What is white? I don't know. Maybe it's blue. Might be direct input. Let's see how many things it allocates in this mode. I guess it only allocates what's available. Yeah. It does not allocate the click down on the stick. No. Just start select, but where's the other button? Oh, wait, no. The PS button doesn't do anything. Kind of off topic, but I just had a quick question about Pocket Fighter EX. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's see, miscellaneous day today, so why not? Okay, and then this one is unknown. What mode is this now? Blue? Oh, this is direct input then. I don't know what that other one was then. Alright, one more, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we're in X input mode. Yeah, and this is where we get all the standard X input stuff. D-pad, up and down. Command, I don't know what command is. And then, yeah, menu button didn't do anything. Alright, Varianx asks, you were mulling over some idea for victory icons, but did you have one for same character, same move trades? No, that's a weirdly specific situation. Does a game do that? Does any of the games out there do that? So it would be like a double KO, right? But with the same character? Is that what you mean? I've never considered that. I don't know any games that actually do that. Well, I was just playing Pocket Fighter EX a second ago, and I can force a trade with Ryu. Yeah. And do the Shoryuken so they clash. But if you have more life, you win the round. So you're saying that if both Ryus would die from the Shoryuken, and two Ryus clash with a Shoryuken, one of them lives? Is that what you're saying? If one had slightly more life, you'd win the trade. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, so if you survived their Shoryuken's damage, but they didn't survive yours, then yeah, it would trade and you would still win. Yeah, that's true. That's not unusual, right? Or am I misunderstanding? Because you have a specific sound, so I figured you'd plan something like this. Oh, okay, so when that does happen, so that's normal for that to happen, but when it does happen, because it has a specific sound, you expected a specific effect, or an effect for it, you expect a specific round ender thing for it. You know, I never really thought about that. It never occurred to me that that was like a real special moment. Like, it kind of is, it's a hype moment for sure. I assume it's two moves hitting on the same frame that does the same damage. Yeah, so here's how the clashing works. You get the lightning, or you get the flash and the lightning sound whenever two moves of similar strength hit. So that would be like two lights hitting will clash. But if a light and a heavy clash, then you don't get the effect, the heavy just wins. So there is like heavy priority. But all command normals, like overheads, and like Ryu's crouching medium kick is actually a command normal on the heavy button. All of those will clash. But a heavy will get beat by a special, but two specials will clash. And a special and an EX will clash. And then supers will beat specials and EXs, and of course, obviously normals. But two supers that clash will actually cause the clash. That's how it was programmed currently. And I do intend to keep that, at least for now, unless there's any compelling reason to remove it. But there is no special KO situation for that. It would just show that you beat them with whatever that move classification was. I think that would probably be the better way to go, because usually you get the indication of, oh, I beat with a normal, I beat you with a special, or I KO'd you with an EX, or, you know, a super, whatever, and you want to see those icons, right? So that was the idea for that you would just get that. But if a clash occurred, I didn't plan anything special with it. I can think about it if there's any way to easily implement it. And there's a, you know, a good idea for the icons. But I don't know if trades... I don't know if trades in general is informative enough on its own. We don't have a lot of space to do like compound ones. I know Alpha 2 does compound icons. So like if you had a perfect and it was a kill with a super, it will show a P and it will show like however many stars for the level of the super that you killed with, something like that. But we don't have enough screen space to do compound ones. So we have to just stick to one thing, right? And the only thing we could really do is maybe change the color or maybe add a couple dots here and there to indicate a difference. And in this case, I would feel like you would have to have a compound one at the very least, because you would say, oh, I got a trade, and that's cool and that's hype. It's like, yeah, but what was that move though? What did you KO with? Well, a trade, like, yeah, but I want to know, did you KO with a super? Was it a trade super? Was it a trade special? And I think if you lose that information, that would be bad. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'd have to really, really consider how that works. If there would be a way to sort of indicate that easily. My guess would be that there's not, because it's really hard to do the compound ones with such little... Here, and I'll turn A-Sprite back on. No, not ease of access. A-Sprite. There. It's gonna turn Steam back on. It's probably gonna mess with our controller shit, but I can show what the icons are that I'm planning and what they're for. God, I need something to drink here. What's going on? Yeah, it's warm. Hold on. I'm gonna get a cup of ice. Now that we have ice. Spill it all over the fucking floor. I can't hear you, I'm sorry. AC's going, I can't hear you. Okay. I could hear her now. I went into the bedroom. So she's playing Stardew Valley, and they have kids in Stardew Valley. You can have kids. And she's like, I got up like in the middle of the night or whatever. And the kid's just fucking... He's not in bed. He's just standing in the corner, staring down to the cellar. Like, down the stairs to the cellar. And I'm like, that's some fucking shining shit there. Like, what the fuck? Oh, fuck, what was that? What was that? That was a flashlight. I forgot to hang it up. I don't know if that's a glitch in Stardew Valley, or if they programmed it like that. That's some fucking psycho shit right there. I think that kid needs to go. Turn him into a dove. Get rid of him. Turn him into a dove. Get rid of him. He's haunted. I don't care if it's a lot of money. He's gonna burn the house down. You're gonna find him one day, hold the torch, and the whole fucking house is burned to the ground. Yes, I am. I don't like Shane. Shane's awful. You need to divorce Shane. He's a worthless... He's worthless, no good son of a bitch. Let's see. Under HUD, I think? Yeah, HUD. Where are... Oh, these are from Alpha 1, I think? Or you know what? Actually, this might be the PlayStation version of Marvel 1. I think that's what these ones are that we ripped. I found that sheet somewhere. I didn't personally rip it, but I found it somewhere. I think it's this one. I think these are all the new icons. These look... Yeah, these look familiar. I think these are the newest ones. Do we have the shadow on them? Wait, no, this is not. This is not. I changed the way the cheese looks. So that's not it. It's not this one. Oh, here they are. Here they are. Yeah, I removed the circle around them. Because it was just taking up too much damn space. Yeah, here. So a normal is just V for victory, right? A throw is the lasso. That's what Alpha 2 had. Special is S. An EX moves a special with a star. It's like an extended special move. And then a super level 2, because 1 bar is EX, 2 bars is super, and 3 bars is basically a full power super. So a level 3 move. Yeah, I tried to do this one with the star. I didn't really like that one. I tried to put little sparks around it, but I ended up with this spark pattern. I thought was pretty good. And then if you're in max mode, because it does more damage in max mode, you get a red lightning bolt. And then the same one, but just red. Then a P for perfect. Now this does not matter what move hits, just a perfect's perfect. Again, we don't really have space to do compound ones, so I'm gonna move this before this breaks. That's what I was drinking my coffee out of, but the coffee's gone now. We don't have enough to like put the P alongside other stuff, you know. Because then you'd have to make a compound one with all of these, and I don't know. We tried it and it didn't really work out too well. There's just not a lot of space. And then, oh yeah, because you want to see what we're working with, right? So the new HUD that I'm trying to do looks like this, and you see the icons go down, or not down, but up here. So I'm trying to figure out like places to put like, you know, signal connection indicators and shit, and so this is still work in progress. I think it looks nice, it just kind of gotta like figure out, like this stuff could show up like in the beginning of the match but then go away. You have like their names up here, but in arcade mode you don't even need that. So it's quite a complex issue. Without a lot of resolution, there's very limited stuff that you can do with HUDs. So yeah, then the icons would just go here, right? But you see, there's not a lot of room between them. So like you just can't like just start stacking them, not even vertically. It just wouldn't work out. So I just figured we'll just do one icon per state. If it's a perfect, the most hype and important piece of data when you do a KO and there's a perfect is the fact that there was a perfect. Just hands down. That's the hypest thing. It's a perfect. Great. That's hype. I don't care what it was. It's just you got that golden P, baby. You know, that's what matters. But in a trade situation, I don't know if it's hype enough to to say, no, we're not going to have any data other than the fact that it was a trade, you know? I feel like the more, I don't know, I think the more informative one is whether or not it was a super or an EX or whatever. I'll think about it though. And then there's, of course, there's the cheese wheel for chip damage. Get the classic cheese. Get the timeout. There's a timeout. The Justin Wong special, right? No disrespect. I actually think it's great when he times people out. I actually really like that. I know people like bitch and moan about it, but I love that shit. Because the other player gets like crazy when that timer's going down. You got 10 seconds left. That other player's got to come up with some gigabrain bullshit to get out of that situation, and I think that's actually really hype. But I don't know. A lot of people complain about timeout. But whatever, man. Alpha counter. I actually don't know if I want to use this icon or not for alpha counter. I'm having an incredibly difficult time figuring out what the icon for an alpha counter should be. So this just kind of signifies the armor mode. Like when you do an alpha counter, when you're not in any armor mode, you get that little like circle first, and then you get the lightning. And that circle is, you know, supposed to represent the circle you see when you activate armor mode, or do an alpha counter out of a normal state. And there's judgment for a draw game. And then, actually, I don't know, would you ever even see this? I don't know if you'd ever even see this icon. I put a lot of work into making this icon look as good as it did. I actually don't know if you'd see it. Because judgment happens after the rounds are over, so you would never see it on the HUD. You would never get a judgment in the middle of the match, only if it was the final round on both sides. You would just get a double KO. Maybe a double KO is going to have its own one, and then you get the judgment after all the rounds are done, but that's like, you know, either the HUD fades out or some shit when they do that. I don't know. We're gonna have to have a different icon that indicates double KO. I'll have to remember that. And then, of course, I'd like to do special ones for special moments. So, like if you get Raging Demon, I know in Alpha 2 they actually had an icon for this. I don't know if I actually want to include it or not. And then a Perfect Demon would be the golden one. But I have to start thinking about like other characters that might have to have that. If Akuma is the only one that has it, it feels like a little too biased. Maybe in an arcade mode you can see all your victory medals as you progress through the arcade ladder. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Yeah, in there you might have a different set of icons for like, I don't know, how would you do that? What would the criteria be? Well, if you just want to see every round, you just want to see every medal from every round, then yeah, you could do that. And yeah, in that case, you could put the judgment in place of the double KO, because you know you got it by judgment. That would make sense there. That's a good idea. Yeah, if we happen to put those on there, that would be neat. And then the taunt, I don't know what I would want, or I'm sorry, the cherry. I don't know what I would want with the cherry. Now in Alpha 2, it was if you beat somebody with a light attack, you would get the cherry. Or I think just a normal attack. Something like that. I don't know if V was like mediums and heavies, and then cherry was like jab, I think. But I Freudian slipped there and said taunt already, and that was what I was thinking. I don't know what I would do other than if you could kill with a taunt, this might be the taunt kill icon. Just as a kind of goof, you know what I mean? But I thought it was a little special looking just to be the killed with a normal attack, so Yeah, I don't know about that. That's weird to me. Alpha 2 does that. That might be the only game that does it. But I decided not to do it that way. You can include them in the high score as well. That's true! A high score screen would be really cool. And then if you plan to have some kind of card or online profile, well, you could, yeah, show every single victory they've ever done. So you know, like, 2,000 normal victories or whatever. You get down to like judgment, and you got like 2 or 1, one judgment. I was actually watching a video about double KOs on the channel Theory Fighter. So they're on YouTube, the YouTube channel Theory Fighter. They had a whole video about double KOs and what the ramifications are and what the different things were for doing that. So like in Street Fighter 2, if you got a double KO, it would just add a round. It would do so infinitely, or at least up to a certain point. You could, if you and your friend were playing, you could make sure that you didn't kill each other, and at the end you orchestrate a double KO, right? And then, it would just add a round, and then you wouldn't have to pay more money to keep playing. So, Theory Fighter's hypothesis there was that was something that was noted, and they changed it intentionally, right? So that you couldn't do that. You had to keep paying if you wanted to play. So, I think Alpha 2 gave you one more. I don't know about Alpha 1, but I think he highlighted that Alpha 2 gives you one more round. But that's it. If you double KO again, then like it doesn't let you proceed. But there is a final round for a double KO, and I think Alpha 3 does that too. Gives you one final round in double KO situation. In fact, Alpha 3 I think has a special music for that scenario too. But then like CVS 2 would just go to draw game. Like a lot of the games after that, they would just be like, nah, fuck it, just draw game. And I think KOF does that too. If you double KO in the final round, I think you just get draw game. And then it's kind of not very hype, so that now you've got to play a whole nother set, right? Or not a whole nother set, but one more game to tie it, like if you're in tourney. But all the tension and all the hype is gone because you've gone back to the select screen and you've gone through the process of picking your characters and going back in, and now all the hype is deflated for this additional match. All the tension's gone, I think is the way that they put it. And I agree with that. But I also think that the Street Fighter 3 judgment system is funny and cool. So he railed on that too. He did not like the judgment system. Which I don't know if I agree with that. I think the presumption is, specifically in Third Strike, because it is tied to your performance based on the game. Like the game gives you a grade, right? It's like you've got A, B, C, D, E, F, but I think there's like an S and a double S and triple S and whatever. Fatal Fury does this too. They actually grade you. And I think that's what it comes down to. The judgment comes down to whatever the internal game has graded you. But I think his contention with that was that, like, we know better than the computer, so we should respect that judgment call, and therefore it should just go to another game to settle the draw. And so that's why he didn't like the judgment as a means to facilitate a draw tie, or a tie ender. And would rather have the additional round. And I was curious about that because well, not all of us here right now, but kind of like the collective idea was that in a 3v3 game, it doesn't make as much sense for like the last two people to get up. Not necessarily like game-wise, but just like narratively. In KOF, when your character is down, they're eliminated. They're out. You know? So if both the last two people get knocked out, both teams have been eliminated simultaneously. Why then, in that case, only in this case would those last two characters stand back up and then get a full another round? Like, it's a little weird, right? It's just kind of a strange little oddity. And yeah, sure, video games, you can kind of waive it, but it is a little strange to me to have the game perform like that. Or like, if you get a double KO earlier in the match, you don't get an extra, right? So how come those characters don't get like a salty run back? And you have the other issue of like, because you're not out until you're knocked out. Say, last two characters, Ken and Iori. Ken comes in with half health. He was the previous victor of the last round. Iori comes in with full health, and say they double KO. What do? Do you replay that match as it was, or do you just give them both full health and let them go? Kind of weird, right? I would say you probably would just default to give them both full health, but it seems kind of strange to me that there's these extra considerations when you have a KOF 3v3Q type style. And I was actually curious as to what his thoughts were about that. And I tried to reach out on Twitter, but didn't get a response to it. And I explained the situation too. I'm like in my game, we're doing kind of like KOF style, and I wondered, because of these extra considerations, it made me kind of default to, well, maybe Judgment's the better way to go, but what do you think about it in that case? And I don't know, somebody else replied that looked like they didn't even read what I wrote, so, and then that was it. I got no reply, so I was a little disappointed by that. I thought we could have a good discussion about that. I figure if he went to the trouble to make an analysis video that he would want to like talk about it a little, but yeah, I guess that's not the case. So, as an open question for anybody, and I think it's a valid thing to think about. So, like, if we did put Judgment in, would tournament players just be like, nah, we don't care about that, we don't trust the computer to make a determination? You know, I thought it from the perspective of, you know, it would be potentially the fairest way to resolve it without going into, like, more rounds, which kind of just feels strange in this kind of setup to me. But I don't know if people would just disregard it and they would just blindly default to the computer has no idea how to judge it, so we're just going to ignore the computer's results? I don't know. I know specifically in Third Strike, I think why the ratings, the grades are not respected is because it takes accuracy into account. And what I mean by that is you will get a lesser grade on your fighting if you whiff moves. So if your move actually does not connect with the character, that actually counts against you. Now we know that people whiff in Third Strike to build meter when they're far enough away, and that actually causes their grade to go down. And so I can kind of see why they would not respect the fighting grade in that game so much. But if we had more reasonable rules to it, you know, would that be something that would be respected in a tournament setting? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I hadn't really thought about how much that judgment system might have been hated by tournament players until that video. I always thought it was a really cool little thing where they, not necessarily like real cameos, but it was kind of like a little cute cameo thing they put in there to resolve the match. I never saw it as a detriment, I guess. I don't know. I was thinking that maybe it could be based on score instead. So obviously, like the higher combo count and stuff that you do, would reflect in a better score, and therefore your performance was at the very least more flashy. But your performance might also have just been, you know, you had better combos or whatever, and that would be a bit better of a real metric to judge the match on, and not have whiffing. Like, don't make whiffs count against you. Although they don't build you meter in this case, but I mean, you can whiff specials though to build meter. So I would say that to at least alleviate that concern, we just wouldn't put whiffs as something that counts against you. Because you wouldn't get negative score for whiffing, right? It would all be positive things in this case. The things that you did do that were positive, those things will add together. So if you end up whiffing, that's fine. Because you don't lose points for whiffing. So I think you think of it in the terms of points would be the better way to go. Things that you have been awarded, and not things that you have been taken away from. And maybe that would be more acceptable in a tournament setting. It's something to think about. Again, I didn't really... Coming more from the casual end of things, I never really noticed people being that, like, upset about it. But apparently it's a real thing that people are, like, freaked out about in Third Strike. And I think they'll just go to a whole new game instead of relying on it. But that was the implication out of the video that I got. I don't know. I really wish he replied to me, though. I would like to hear his extended thoughts on specifically that, with that setup, with the 3v3 queue setup, and doing judgment, and then say basing off score instead, if that would have been something that would have been more amicable. But we'll never know. I got ignored. He replied to other people. I'm just being salty about it now. I guess I'm not important enough to reply to. I don't know. Fuck me. Fuck me. I don't get to do nothing. Okay, so this, I guess, back to controller shit. It was a good side topic though. I think it's important to think about these things. And not just, like, you know, quickly, but I think it's important to, like, really think about these things. It could really hamper the perception of the game if people don't like the way it handles something. So, controllers, it currently is reading it as an Xbox controller, so you do see the ABXY. Oh yeah, right here it says view. You're right. Huntin', you got it. It does say view right here. Menu, view. Funny. But the ABXY are not things that you can just select from these control bindings. That kind of sucks. But as long as there's generic ones that kind of work, it should be okay. I think the action 1, 2, 3, 4 are pretty ubiquitous here. This one says left bumper, but there's more actions, right? There's like all the way up to, I don't know why I have this in there twice, but there's all the way up to action like 12. Is it possible that these bumpers are also part of that? I don't know. Let's see. What's 5? What's action 5? We'll set that to action 5, and on my side here, my debug readout, the L1 is now set to whatever action 5 is. I don't know. There's no face button that seems to correlate to that. No, there's nothing. So I guess Action 5 doesn't do anything? What would Action 5 do on other controllers? What other controllers would be supported in that manner? That's weird, right? I don't know. What would Action 5 ever be? Let's just undo that, right? Left bumper. Yeah, so it pulls these then, the triggers and the bumpers, but it stops at action 4. Who knows what the hell the rest of it is? What other controllers are there? I mean, Nintendo controllers don't have any extra buttons. They're all pretty standard now. Maybe an arcade stick, but I think the arcade stick would just resolve to, you know, the left bumper, right bumper, as it translates it internally. I don't know. Well, whatever. Whatever, man, whatever. Yeah, so we'll just go ahead from here. We definitely need D-pad stuff. That's gonna be like every analog trigger and move, but these don't actually get set up in the data yet. I think the best way does that recognize PS4 and PS5 touchpad? I think it does. We can plug in a PS4 directly. I don't have a PS5 controller to test with, so I don't know about that one. But here, we'll plug the PS4 in. So, Steam's open, so it might be interfering. But, oh no, it does. It sees PS4 controller. Okay, there's no gyro, right? No gyro. I'm spinning it. I got no gyro. Touchpad tap is just a single... Touchpad tap is just a single button. And I don't see it tracking the touchpad itself. Like I'm touching it, and I'm moving my finger around, I don't see it. But if I press down, you get the button. So I guess not? It kind of does. Maybe. Sorta halfway. Yeah, I don't see it changing any other value here. I don't think there's any... Yeah, it just stops at options. So I don't see any other thing for it. Let me turn Steam off. So I've got to close these, but that's right. Don't say whatever I did was bad. I'm gonna turn Steam off, make sure it's not interfering. And we'll try again. Still there? Okay, it's fine. I don't see anything different. These are the L and R sticks. These are the buttons under the sticks. Wait, can I add color to this? We got rich text options, right? Color gradient. Extra settings. Rich text. Yeah, we can make these colored when you press them, I think. Yeah, so I'm gonna add a little thing here, so public enum state. When I say input state, none, down, pressed, released. And what I'll do here press state equals none, right? And then I will just copy the whole damn thing. Pressed. Twist. Down. Oh, and we can just move this to here. Now we can do more with this information. We can do it like this. also set this to the default. Okay, press. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the down version. It's just held down. Was released and just pressed. No. Button stay up here. Okay, we can get rid of all that. So here's what I would like to do. If press state is not equal to none, message must equal color equal yellow. Oh, and then slash color. Actually, yeah, I can put that outside the brackets. There. What is it complaining about? Remove redundant assignment. Oh, yeah, that's right. We don't have to assign it here because it'll assign in every state. Yeah, there we go. So then we can add the color, right? So it should turn yellow when we press it, and it'll be easier to identify what actually gets triggered when we press any one individual input. Yeah, there we go. See how it works? I like that. I should apply that to my other one too. So yeah, when I touch the touchpad, that's the only thing. Funny. Interesting. Okay, what if we have a PS3 controller here? Well, it's a good thing I got my flashlight here. It's a little dark under the bench. Let's see, 360. NES, Super NES. Oh, that might be it. Oh, it's a PS2. That's wired, that's PS2. I don't have a PS3 controller? I thought I did. Well, I may be able to grab one. Let me go see if I've got one sitting over by the console. BRB. had to move the stream cart. Gotta move it back into place. My dinner plate. I'll move it before I break it. Lazy me just leaves it right here. Okay, we do have a PS3 controller. I'm sure it's completely dead. Got a little sandwich baggie, keep the dust off it. Smells great, clean. That's what I like about actually storing these things properly. Yeah, look at that, no dust. Very nice. Oh, it's got a scuff on it. Well, these are old. I got a wireless PS3 6-axis, a red one. I got 4 of them for the PS3. The blue one is the one that I like the best. The black one's the one that came with it. I always like blue PlayStation controllers. And I got a camo one because I think that was the only other alternative color that I liked at the time. So, how about that? Okay, so... is this a PS3 compatible USB cord? It is not. Okay. It's a different one than the other one. Where the hell did I put it? What is this? No, that's not it. Okay, shit's gotta move. Oh, here we go. Thank you for that. Yeah, they were hiding behind the cup. Yeah? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright, unplugging the PS4. Let's see if this thing will actually pick up the PS3 controller without any special drivers. Let's see, Steam is off, right? So it's not interfering. Steam is not interfering with the data. I think it will attempt to translate it to something special. Here we go. Plug it in. Oh, other way. Boink. Okay, light came on. We heard the beep. Really? It thinks it's an X input controller? Okay, something must be translating it. That's not right. There's no way. Why would it think that this is an X input controller? No way. No way. Xbox 360 for Windows. Really? What is doing that conversion? Certainly not. That's not what it usually does. Usually it won't work at all. Usually you need special drivers for it. That is weird. No 6-axis. I was hoping we could get the gyro on the 6-axis. I love these controllers. These are so good. No gyro. We got the 2 sticks. We got all the buttons. But it thinks it's X input. Wacky, why? Is Steam still, like, interfering? Hey, let's actually boot Steam and see what happens. If it changes anything. Seems a little weird with the way that it passes controllers on though. I don't know if it does it like its own special thing, or what the hell is going on. Oh boy, news! Close. Okay. How do we get the controller stuff? Settings? Controller. General controller settings. Of course, gonna watch. Okay, they're all turned off, right? Yeah. Detected Xbox 360 controller. Are you fucking for real? What? Why? How? Preferences? Controller name. Cancel. Identify. Yeah, it's rumbling. Okay, you can stop rumbling. It's not gonna stop. Uh-oh. I don't know if you can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it. It won't stop. It won't stop rumbling. Why? Stop. Calibrate? It's so calibrate. Will it actually show me the dead zones? No. Preferences? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on. Desktop configuration? Configuration support for the Xbox 360 controller is disabled. 360 controller configuration support must be enabled in Steam's main controller settings. This work. Okay. That's fair, I guess. It won't stop. Do I have to close Steam to make it stop rumbling? It still won't stop. It's just rumbling over and over. Uh-oh. Alright. Unplug. Yeah. Okay. Plug back in. Thank you. Yeah, I still think that's an Xbox controller. I don't know what's making that conversion. I don't have any software that would make that conversion. How would it know? Unless Microsoft changed something? Or Sony had Microsoft change something? I really don't know. I don't know why it's actually detecting it as a 360 controller. That's wild. Alright, well, I'm gonna plug it in to the adapter and unplug it in and see if we get any different data. I assume not, but this should probably just see it as an X input as well. Yeah, this just sees it as an X input. That I'm not too surprised about. Where's the pairing button on this thing? Do you just have to hold a combination? Shit, I don't even know. I got it plugged in, like, directly into it, but I know you can Bluetooth it. But yeah, no gyro, though. No gyro. I'm a little disappointed by that. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I do like these PS3 controllers, though. I don't know. Well, we'll just use this as the test one for now, I suppose. Even if it doesn't do anything special. Just a little respect, you know, to the DualShock 3 here. Wait, what was the 6-axis was the original, right? But this is specifically a DualShock 3 6-axis. I really wish I had the gyro, though. That would be handy. I'm pretty sure this adapter can use PS3 controllers. Well, to test that, let's see. I'm going to plug this in to an external, like, USB power source to keep it alive, right? To keep it charging. I'm gonna hold the power button. I think that'll start pairing it, right? Wait, there's a little needle thing in the back. Is that the pairing button? Do you really need a fucking, like, paper clip to do this? This is ridiculous. Or like a needle? Do I have anything that's like... Damn, that's small. Well, I get this little screwdriver. Is it not small enough? No, it's not small enough. Really? The hell are you supposed to pair these fucking things? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a little tiny button back there. It's killing me. Do I have anything that can press it? Will this pen press it? Is it too big? I think it's too big. Yeah, it's too big. I can't believe this. Oh my god, where? What is tiny screw? No, that won't fit either. So I really need to go get a fucking paperclip. Oh wait, here's this little sewing kit. Little pocket sewing kit. In case you rip your trousers while out and about. Oh, it's got a safety pin. It's got a safety pin. Perfect. Perfect. That'll do it. Yeah? I pressed the button. It didn't do shit though. Is this thing just not like charging? Is this really not charging? Why won't it charge? Okay. Let me plug it into the computer like this. Does it think, still think it's like input? Yeah. Can we force it to pair now? Oh, it did. I don't know if it's... I don't know if it's wireless right now. Because it won't charge from that other port. I should be charged enough to like unplug, right? Yeah. Okay, it's looking now. Oh, it died. It had enough battery for like 2 seconds of life. Yeah, it's fucking dead now. God damn it. Alright, I guess it has to just charge a lot. I really don't know what's causing this to turn into an X-output controller. This is really fucking confusing. God damn. Well, I'll put my little safety pin back. And my trouser repair emergency kit. Forgot where I got that. I think I got it from my last 2 previous jobs ago. Yeah, I don't know. It's got the stick buttons. It's got all the general stuff we need, so I guess it's okay. Really, really confused as to why it thinks it's a 360 pad, though. Whatever. That works. So, set that aside for a second. Okay. Focus, focus, focus. So we need to make a modification to my system where we can then get the up, down, left, right instead of the positive, negative. So in my... Let's move this over. Let's add another one over. So the new input system, a 1-axis trigger has only just its name, but it's gonna need a positive and negative, and maybe an up and down as well. Does that make sense? A positive, negative. So I should be able to say, yeah, because in control is going to want to see it as both. And then we'll need a method to get the positive or the negative scope of the data. Man, what a pain. But we do what we must do, I suppose. So, safe name positive, safe name negative. And then here, it's going to be a concatenation of name underscore positive and negative. So pos and neg. That's step one. We need the data first, right? Uh-oh. Oh, that's a profiler. Good. That's not my system. That's all your broken ass shit, Unity. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. How did that happen? Oh, I need safe name, not normal name. My bad. There we go. Okay. Now they all look somewhere. I don't think up or down or left or right is suited here. I really think that this is something that should only be positive or negative. Because if it's a horizontal, then it's left or right. If it's a vertical, it's up and down. But we don't know with a one-axis input what that's supposed to be. So a two-axis. A move, that's going to have all of them. So we got to move X and a move Y. And then we need a move up, down, left, right, and a move X positive, X negative, Y positive, Y negative. Is that what we want? Might have to. Up, down, left, right. I don't know if I actually have to go through to attempt to safe name all of them. Because it makes sense in some way, but I think I can just do this. And then that'll save some time at least. Not that it really matters too much in the editor, but it really would be safer to just do the safe name check on all of them. Yeah, okay. Alright. I'm gonna acquiesce. It is slower, but I think this makes more sense. Wait, why didn't music stop? Did we really run out of music? Okay. Let's get a new playlist. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Get some energy going here, baby. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually do it this way. And this is just in case I do something stupid here that's not allowed, like this. Then it will never be able to fuck up because it will do the name check on all of them. Down. Down. Left. Left. Right. Alright. Oh, yeah. Actually, this is perfect because this is the exact kind of stupid mistake I could make. Not doing the capitalization. Well, guess what one of the steps in here is? Upper. Yeah. So if I didn't catch that, that would have been there. So that's why I should apply the safety check to all of them. So then they also need a positive negative. So positive, negative, pos, neg. Pos, pos, neg. Pos. Oh god, it's like a billion fucking names, but I think this will help. And I think, at least here, it is extraordinarily clear what the hell this is supposed to be. You could maybe argue that you would divide these up somehow, the sub-objects, but I don't think that's necessary. And honestly, these are only serializable so that I can see them. Realistically, I should make it so that, they're like just read-only little readouts. But I honestly just don't feel like doing that right now. And if you do try to change them into serialization, it will like change them back anyway. So if I try to like move Y neg, I can try to call it goop and press enter, but it will just revert back because it regenerates it every time you do something with it. Okay, I mean that at least gives us some information here. I don't know if I would want to use the positive or negative names, or if I would use the up, down, left, right, but at the very least they are here and they are accessible to us, and that's all right with me. So, Alright, next set. Okay, then the one axis has positive, negative. I really wonder what the difference is here. I really wonder what... Oh, disconnected? I think I'm disconnected. Oh, there we go. I have to refresh it. I really wonder what the difference here is, where we get the negative x and y, or the negative and positive x down here. But here we get the right, or the right and the left. I don't know why there's a difference here. Or why it's reading that way. Curious to know. These are just duplicates of up there, but then it's got the D-pad up, down, left, right. And down here is D-pad Y, -1 down, +1 up. X, D-pad X, -1 is left, +1 is right. Whack. I don't know. Don't know why there's two of them. Goes to the right stick as well. I don't know what command is, and view and menu. Oh, because it thinks it's Xbox. Yeah. There's analog for the view and menu as well. So these are all analog, even if they're digital. Ooh, I didn't notice that. Look at that. When I'm just pressing up on D-pad, it's a 1. When I'm pressing up and left, it's a 0.7. Now this is for when you're holding up and to the left. You see here, you get about to like 7.7. It's kind of the diagonal. I didn't expect the D-pad to do that though. So it's like emulating the analog top left value, but with the D-pad. Yeah, it's about 0.75-ish. Yeah, this one's 0.707, so it's about 0.71. I'm surprised that it actually treats the D-pad like that. I guess it kind of makes sense because it's a POV, whatever the hell that's supposed to be, right? So in direct input, it counts as a point of view hat. I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to be. I've never heard of a point of view hat until like Xbox controllers came out. So this makes sense though, because it's showing this as a combined direction. Then it makes sense. It's kind of like treating it almost like an analog. But yeah, if the direction is top left, then you would get that 0.7. I mean, that makes sense. I really don't know what this is supposed to be, but that's why most 2 digital controls do a greater than 0. Yeah, right, and not equal to 1. Yeah, that's what I do too. If it is pressed down, it is greater than that. Tim, hey Tim, what's up? Said I noticed this in Vampire Survivors. D-pad diagonals were slowed down, but analog diagonals were full speed. Oh, that's wacky! That's wacky! I really didn't expect it to translate like that, though. That's so strange. Wacky. So these really aren't just digital buttons, then. It's actually treating it differently. Let's see if I'm gonna unplug it. This is a PS3 controller just plugged into the computer. I do not know for the life of me why it's registering it as an Xbox controller. I mean, it's handy, but I don't understand. I'm going to plug it into the adapter and see what the adapter thinks. So this is an adapter to X input with a PS3 controller plugged into it. I would think it's player 2. That's funny. Oh, same thing. Same thing. It does read the diagonals. Very strange. Okay, unplug it. Let us plug in a PlayStation 4 controller without the adapter. You have Steam running. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, where Steam does interfere with it. I did turn it off, but I do not know if it's still doing something behind the scene. Because Steam could convert it to an Xbox controller in desktop mode. Yeah, that's what I wondered, as to why that was the case. I installed GUI Kit on my Steam Deck, so the analogs don't have stick drift, but also the analog can read the full square. Alright, PS4 controller without the adapter. It sees PS4. It knows it's a PS4 controller. Look at it. Yeah, the D-pad does the same thing. Wacky! Wacky, wacky. Alright, what is in direct input? What does it think it's doing? Oh, it also thinks it's a point of view hat. Okay. And this one's decidedly not an Xbox controller. This is wireless controller. So going into corners on my Steam Deck actually goes to 1.0 of the up left. That's interesting. I guess, well, that's your built-in Steam Deck controller, right? Huh. Hey G-Man, what's up? I guess because it sees it as a point of view hat, whatever that means. That's why we get the 0.7? Very strange. You know, this actually could be In Control's doing too. Welcome back, thanks man. It's been crazy, I'm telling you. But yeah, this could be In Control's formatting. That it's like, oh, this is a D-pad, I know this is a D-pad, so I'm going to format it with the 0.7 specifically. That could be In Control's decision that it's making. It's possible the controller itself is not doing that, but In Control is just doing that. I don't know. Very weird. Steam has a lot of neat features that allowed me to invert the run button on Sonic Lost World. Yeah, it does. You can use controller profiles or control configuration profiles for specific games, and Steam, if you activate the controller option in Steam, it will pull it in, and then it will change the button config and then pass it to the game. That's what I was saying before, that Steam does kind of a really strange, I don't know how to put it. The way that Steam handles controllers, it's not like a straight translation. It does some wacky stuff to get you the results that it does. Put it that way. Wacky, wacky. You know, I wonder what the value is here. We can change the button to show value instead of the state. Or show value along with the state. That is not here. It's here. Wait, there's raw value too? What the hell's raw value? Does not... In Control does not contain a definition for raw, and no accessible elements of raw... Oh, that was just the old method. Wait, what is raw value? Okay, we're gonna... We're gonna label these. State, raw, and value. But we also have to do the two-string here. Okay. We're getting it into the deep here, man. Now we're really going all in. I want to see what this means. I'm tempted to look into some way to cap the analog maximum for Adventure 1. Wait, why? What would that do? Okay. What is the raw? Doesn't change here. Let's stick down. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see a difference in the raw. But here, how about the D-pad? No. I don't know. I don't see a difference in the raw value. Did I actually put... Yeah, raw value? Oh no. I'm sorry. It's because I'm stupid. That's why. I did raw value, raw value. It should be raw value and normal value. There we go. I still don't see a difference. Yeah, not even on the D-pad. We do have Raw value, value. Raw value, value. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see a difference. Is there like a per frame difference here? Okay, frame step? No. No. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know. To limit Sonic's speed and acceleration, I found the game more controllable, moving the analog only halfway. Really? Wacky. I don't know why the L1 and R1 are considered digital or analog. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like the R2 and L2, that makes sense. I don't know. What I want to do just very quickly is to port back this into the other debug readout, which is not open. So if I go to Inspector, Hierarchy, click this, then go to the Inspector. Go here. Don't need that anymore. Okay, so in here, our input state's a little different. Is digital pressed. That's pressed down. Yeah, indicates the input was just pressed down this state. And then this is released. Indicates if the input was just released this state. And then this one's just going to be down. And that's returns if the input is currently down. And then the last is none. Oh yes, and then we want to change the message. We have coloring. Oh, digital message. Okay, we've got the button state readout. Text. Okay, then we need the end color here. And the color bracket. Alright, let's see if that works. Nope. Oh, yep. Digital message. Yeah, this is the kind of shit that I do when I'm not on stream. A lot of trial and error, a lot of monkeying around. Yeah, we got... Okay, good. We do get the buttons. And they do light up. Good. And start and select. Okay, it's a raw PlayStation, so it's not going to work that way, but if we put it on the converter, then it will read the correct buttons for start and select. if I can get it in here. Alright, this is gonna move. And this has to move too. There. My tablet was getting in the way. Yeah. Plug it in. Go. Is this thing charged enough where I don't need to have it just plugged in? It's really nice. Why is it red? What the hell does that mean? It's working. Well, why is it red? The indication bar is red. Whatever. Okay, this is going through... Yeah, start and select work now. This is going through the adapter that turns it into an Xbox controller, as you can see. Cool. Okay, cool. Base. Am I out of water again? Alright, hold on. Take 2 steps to get to the fridge. Boy. We got Aquafina this time. I love how, like, there's such strong opinions on, like, drinking water. Some people, like, literally just won't drink certain drinking water. They're like, Aquafina, gee, that's gross. Well, you know what? I like Aquafina, so shut the fuck up. That's the one I don't get. I don't get how anybody doesn't like Aquafina. That shit tastes good. It's other ones I can understand. I mean, I'll drink just about any water. I mean, it's not like tap water and shit, but like bottled, like brand water, I'll drink just about anything. Now, the stuff at Save-A-Lot, that shit sucks. I will drink it, but I can see why no one wants to drink that. But I don't understand the Aquafina hate. Aquafina is really good. Bro, aren't we like mostly made out of water? Yeah. Yes, we are. I forget, what is it, 90%, 80%, or 70%? I don't know, something like that. Look, I stay hydrated, man. And you should all too. Hydration's good. But now you can survive with less water. But I'll tell you, you feel a lot better when you stay consistently hydrated. And people don't like to drink water. Well, certain people don't like to drink specific brands of water. So the Aquafina brand of water, some people don't like it, and I just don't understand though. It tastes great. Makes it taste like there's something in it. Like mineral-wise or something, I don't know. Maybe it's chemicals. I don't know, am I frying my brain? What's in this thing? Purified by reverse osmosis. Pure water, perfect taste. For product questions, quality information, blah 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 blah. It doesn't say what's in it, other than, I guess, just water. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just water. But they taste different, so there's definitely something different about them. No, seriously though, if you stay consistently hydrated, like really hydrated, not just, you know, I mean, you know, drink when you're thirsty, don't overdrink because that can be harmful. But, if you consistently stay hydrated, you will absolutely feel better. I never used to stay hydrated. But now that I do, I feel like shit when I'm not. Like, I can feel the difference. And maybe I always felt like shit before, and I feel just better now, right? So when I say I feel like shit, I just feel like I did before, essentially. It's not like I can't go and do stuff, but like, it feels so much better when you're actually like when you're actually hydrated. Great feeling. Because I feel like I can get shit done. I feel like sluggish if I don't. I guess, you know, you could equate that with a lot of things, like eating good, exercising, that kind of shit. All help. But yeah. Alright, that all works. So yeah, G-Man, we're just digging into controller shit today. trying to get my deterministic bullshit working. Garbage collection list, deterministic inputs, even with analog. Doing all this shit. You have to go back to the beginning of the VOD if you want the explanation about how all this shit works. This takes a while to go through, so I can't just go through it again on a whim. But TLDR, the data for the input state is just one giant fucking number that's got 64 bits in it. And then you section out parts of that 64-bit number to make smaller numbers out of it to get like your different analog states, and then each one of these is a button. And then you do math. You do binary to figure out how shit works, what values you have. But yeah, you have to go back to the beginning of the VOD on YouTube if you want that explanation. That one's a bit hefty. But that's basically what we've done. We split up the data and shoved it into one thing, and you can actually see this in the... I should just pin this. I'm just gonna pin this to here. You can actually see it in the... Oh, that's not the one. Shit, wait, hold on. Where the hell is it? Where's the end control? I think it disappears once I press play. Maybe I just didn't see it. Your PC now works, but I'm worried about that sudden, you know. Yeah. Yeah, that sudden monitor scramble bullshit. Yeah, I am too. I have a feeling it's just going to die on me eventually. And there's nothing that I can do about it. But, you know, it is what it is. So here, where you see previous input state generated, or previous input state generated and most recent input state generated, this raw state, this is what I was saying. This is just a number. When I press one button, that's the bit that's just for 1024. Press this button, it's the bit for 512. Press this button, it's a bit for 256. Press this one, it's a bit for 2048. If I press two together, they actually add together. So it's just one number. Like when we visually look at it, it's just one number. And it changes, you know, because the bits are changing. It's not actually changing like numerically, so to speak. But the numerical representation of that 64-bit piece of data represented as a number, you actually see the unique number that you get from the different buttons. And that's what I mean, like you're literally just taking a giant integer and you're just manipulating the sections of it to get like sub numbers out of it. But you see the whole thing is just one number as far as the computer is concerned. Which is cool. Let's see. But yeah, let's see if we can add the analog now. We do have... We're gonna have to delete the... I'll do it from here, it's easier. We're gonna have to go in and delete the L2R2. And then go to our build scheme and remove those. And we're going to add them to the one-axis analog. So create with system input system. One-axis analog L2. Duplicate that. Make an R2. Make sure that they are correct. R2 positive negative. L2 positive negative. That one didn't go. Reset. Space. There we go. Okay. We're going to add those to our analog list. Still haven't seen the updated scroll speed. Oh, on Ecto. I guess I'll just show it to you privately later. I want to actually like show it off in an Ecto episode. I haven't shown any like specific project stuff in this particular video, because I don't want to like make it a weird deviant thing where you have to go to this episode to see part of the update. So I'll show it to you privately on the side, Tim, and then we'll just show it off on Friday together anyway again for everybody else, just to kind of keep all the episodes coherent. That's why I'm working on this sort of neutral thing here. And I'm gonna call this one left analog stick. And eventually we would just give them the name for what they're supposed to be. Like the camera movement, the movement, jumping, shooting, whatever. But I think until we have all of the things worked out, I think we need to do it this way in order to keep everything, you know, kind of coherent, if that makes sense. So that we can see the matching data. The names will be the same, you know? This should have been an Ecto catch-up. I thought about that, but I think it being on Friday, being an off day, I think it's strange for people. I don't know. I was a little concerned that like a lot of people would miss it because it's on a day that's not normally for Ecto. So that was my original intention, was just to do a makeup stream for Ecto, but I don't know. It didn't feel right to me to do it that way. So, okay, we got the left trigger, right trigger. This is the left stick, the right stick. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it... No, what I call it? Yeah, I'll just call it left stick. Oh, it's analog. Then we'll get rid of analog trigger. Okay, now we'll go back here. Left stick and right stick. Yeah, we're pretty close to the designated size. We're at 56 bits out of 64. You got to make sure that you don't add too many, because then you have an error. So if I run the error report, well, I got duplicate names for sure. The right stick is a duplicate name, but here the total size is larger than the allowed, must be less than or equal to 64 bits. Less size was 104 bits. Inputs must be removed to reduce size. So we'll just cut back on these. Run the error report again, and we got no errors. We're good. Can't afford to lose whole weeks before Halloween. Well, I will do some updates behind the scene. It doesn't mean I'm not working on it. It just means I'm not going to do an episode that's on a day that's not designated for it. That's all. So it just means all the progress that would have been made on stream is just going to appear magically as though, you know, there was a week in between. But we'll go through all of it on the next Friday anyway, either way. We're not losing progress, we're just not showing it for that week. But I think a lot of people won't show up on a day that's not meant for it. Not because they don't want to, but maybe they can't. You know, they're expecting it on Friday. You do it on Sunday or Saturday or whatever, and then all of a sudden nobody shows up because it's like, what? You know, it's just weird. Yeah, like now it's Monday, but we started on Sunday. It's midnight, 12:04. So yeah, I don't know. I just fear that it wouldn't go so well. But that doesn't mean I'm not working on it this week, just to be clear. So, okay, we got ABXY, we got LR, L1, R1, L2, R2, left stick, right stick. Let us attempt to do the single axis input. So let's go. Not here. Well, we'll keep the debug readouts there. We'll keep one axis input open. And then event proxy. No, that's something else I was doing. This I'm trying to prevent you from being able to access and change the Unity event, like call the invoke from the outside. But you can still add listener and remove listener. I actually didn't test this. I was talking about this on Discord just before I went live. I didn't have a chance to test it. No, maybe we can do that. You know what? Let's see. But that's for the Unity. I don't have a use case for it right now. Like, I could go and edit some scripts. I don't have a direct use case for it. But what I did actually want to do for the input system, the input manager, where's input manager? That's oh, system. Did I call it system manager? But it's just called input manager here. Okay. Let me change the name of the file then. It should be accurately representative here. I love this song. Good shit. Scott Pilgrim beat 'em up game. Okay. Is it happening? Okay. So I did this with protected delegates. Apparently you don't have to do this. There's an automatic C# way to do this, which I didn't realize. So I don't need to do all this horse shit. I could just do on init, but if you use public static event action, I think you need to use system for that. Yeah, let's see. Event property must have both add and remove access, so it can't be a property then. It's just this. Is it? Can you make it a new action? Do you have to make it a new action? I guess not. This is what I learned earlier. If you add a vet here, if you don't have a vet, you can come in here and you can start fucking with this. You can clear it. You can clear the listeners. You can invoke it from wherever. Everybody has access to it. But if you do event, then all of a sudden you can't access it from the outside. And this protected delegate proxy, I literally rebuilt that functionality that you can simply do by just adding event to action. And I didn't know that this was a thing you could do to protect it. But yeah, so I went through and I made a whole damn system to do all that. Well, you don't have to. So, you know, let's just eliminate it. And we don't need this. Kill that. Kill that. And we don't need this. There you go. That should still do the job. So I'm sure it's gonna complain somewhere that we can't add listener, remove listener, or whatever. Yeah, here. So we need to plus equals, right? And do the on update. But here's the thing. Here's what I noticed. Dot invoke. It doesn't even show up. And here's what it says. The event can only appear on the left-hand side of the plus or minus, except when used within Input Manager. And then you see here, you can actually invoke it here. In fact, you can do much more with it, I think. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Method, target, all this shit. You can only access the adding and removing of your specific one. Could you clear, like, all of them? Let's see, can you, like, remove all listeners? Apparently not. Just clone. Dynamic. Well, whatever. I don't necessarily use it anyway, but yeah. So use event action, and then you can get that security so people can't screw with your shit. So, yeah. Let's go. And then here, minus equals to remove. I'm sure there's other places that, yeah, I'm just not happy with. Uh-oh, this one doesn't actually remove that. Well, I guess it only gets called once, right? That's hilarious. Did this one... No, it's not undisable, it turned it off. Well, this is different, though. Okay, it added it here, turned it off here. That's input sequencer controller, that's different. But the log test actually doesn't take it off. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. I guess it really should be in unenabled then, huh? You know what? It should take it out here. Once it's initialized, it doesn't need to know this anymore. The only problem is that pre-awake, pre-awake would always get called, but like on-enable, on-disable, and on-destroy don't always get called. Pre-awake's the thing that I made. But because it causes it to get enabled. That's a whole deal. I'll have to figure that out later. This is just a test, so I kind of don't give a shit. But yeah, that won't even work either. I mean, that'll work, but if you put it on pre-awake, and then you delete this object, but never activate it, never turn it on, it will not call on destroy. If you change scene or whatever and it was always disabled and never turned on, it will not call. It will not call on destroy. I don't know of a good way to handle that, to be honest. But whatever. I'll have to think of that later. Just since I'm mulling about it right now. Or mulling over it right now. Okay, is that all the errors? Are we all good? No? Plus equals on and on. Value is assigned, never used. What? Oh, there used to be something there, and I overwrote it. IntelliSense is getting weird. All right, we're refreshing Visual Studio. It's haunted right now. It's seen shit that doesn't exist anymore. It sees the ghost of the value of digital Y that no longer exists. So yeah, how about we'll just kind of ignore that. Let Visual Studio take a little micro nap here. Are you feeling better, Visual Studio? Are you seeing ghosts still? Please tell me you're not seeing ghosts. Sequence controller. Okay, input state. I'll leave this open so we can test it later, maybe. I mean, we could just test it right here. So I don't know. Yeah, so if we had the debug readout, for whatever reason... Wait, doesn't this have... One of these has, like... one of these has like an event patch to it, right? Wait, was that the sequencer? I closed it, right? So in the hierarchy, the sequencer test. This would be for like a secret cheat code. So you like press a button combination and it will see if you press the right combination of buttons in the right order. Let's see, yeah, unpattern completed. So, let's see, it's not that one. Probably near the bottom. Sequence check, we don't want that. Events. So here, this Unity event, if I called this from somewhere else, I could do something with it. I could actually call this. So just for the sake of argument, we've gone in here, right, and we get a public reference to this controller. And I could do in here derp.invoke, and it would actually take it, right? Or argument that conforms to the. Oh, I'm sorry. On pattern completed dot invoke, and yeah, you can just call this, even though it's not your event. You can just go in here and call this shit. I hate that. It's so insecure. So that's why I went in and made this Unity proxy thing. So I would do the public. We got the formerly? No. Unity engine.serialization, you can do formerly serialized as. Actually, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work. I forget what the thing was. There's an editor way to get the serialized property name. I have a utility for it, but it won't work at build time. It has to be runtime. So it's protected delegate. Plus. I guess I don't need this shit anymore, but I have this implemented like in a whole bunch of places now that undo it all. Extensions. Not an extension. Editor utilities. Editor utility. Property. Control F property. What is it called? Yeah, it's just called property. Alright. Next slider, one. Get back in field property name. This is it. So go here. Here, preview formerly serialized as, and we're gonna have to do this. By just filling it in. So this is how you do the backing field, the K __ backing field. This is what it serializes as if you're using a property like this. So instead, Unity event proxy. I'm going to make this an underscore version. On pattern completed. It's going to equal null at first. But on I think what we discussed in Discord is the best thing you could do is do the serialization callback. Yes? Oh, certainly taking your time to figure that out. Okay, doesn't... How come it's not implemented? Or did it implement it? the hell? Oh, it doesn't like that this is on the... Yeah, this is gonna have to use the internal version now. And this will no longer be public, this will be private. We don't need... Yeah, we don't need the property either at this point. We do want it serialized. We do not want it on the field anymore. There is no field. It doesn't have to be a property. This does, though. This does. This absolutely does. This has got to be a get private set, because you do not want somebody to come in here and reset this. I mean, in other words, assign it to something else. This absolutely has to be an auto property. Well, I guess default's not. But when this object is created, this needs to get set to whatever this is. And I think the best place to do that is after the serialization. So I don't know why this doesn't... Did this like put code somewhere automatically? Okay, it's not there. But it's not implemented. What happened? Yeah, it should be on after, on before. Okay, well, we'll do it again manually and see what happens. So we'll do it explicitly, so the way you do that is you make sure to put the dot in front of it. Now, if they've already been implemented, then it should have a fit about this. But it hasn't. So I don't know why it wasn't throwing an error there, but it should have thrown an error there. Because these are not automatically implemented as far as I know. Like, there's no default for it. Anyway, on after deserialize is the one that we want here. And that's going to make this equal to this. So I do this proxy, and all it does is it gives you the add listener and the remove listener. And it just stores a reference to the internal event itself. That's all it does. And so it lets you add and remove listeners, and that's it. And you're not allowed to call it or anything. So this should happen consistently. Wait, this doesn't... If you just add this component, this doesn't get called, does it? Alright, I'll have to rethink that too, but that's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Everything is fine. You could do this on pre-awake. Maybe? I don't know. Well, whatever. We'll figure out a better way potentially to do this. Anyway, so... No, we have a problem. Oh, because I'm trying... Well, yeah, see, now you can't invoke off of it. Because it doesn't exist. That's the boon here. That's the benefit. So now, in the hierarchy... We switch? Yes? No? Yeah? Okay, in the hierarchy, then we can do the input sequence test. And here we have the event, you can actually add shit to it in the inspector. Because... Right here. This is the serialized version of it. And this one is the public sort of accessor for it, which then things can apply to itself. So actually in what was the one that was actually trying to access it, right? We can actually access it here. Can't do an invoke on it, because we don't want that to happen. But you can add listener and remove listener. And then you add whatever it is. So I don't know, I guess update, add update to it. And then you could remove from it, and you're good. But that's it, that's all you're allowed to do with it. Amber needs help, so I'll be right back just a second. Listen to the good music. I came back just as the song ended. I'm good with this channel as a music channel. Add the lo-fi 24-hour to the title. Right now we're in high energy mode, so okay. So we'll just delete that. That was just an example. So yeah, don't let other collaborators and programmers mess with your Unity events, alright? Don't let them invoke or remove all listeners. Why would you give them that control? Lock them down, tell them what's what. Make yourself a proxy. So literally, it's just a few lines of code. It really is. So, I mean, here's a freebie. I'll get a lot of error checking in here, but if you don't do the error checking, you have the internal event reference. You just take the constructor. Oh, I got it. Boom. Put it in. Add listener. Does this thing exist? Cool. If it exists, then add the listener. Does it exist to remove listener from? Yeah, then just remove listener. Like, that's it. You probably don't even need... I don't even know if you need to check if the call is null or not. I don't know if you pass it null if it'll be unhappy. I just put that in there. That's it. And I just did some logging for when you fuck up. And then just make a variant that has a parameter. And then one that has two parameters. And there's only up to 4. And that's it. You're done. Like, it's easy peasy. Absolutely no reason not to do it. You know, I went the extra mile and wrote all the little documentation shit, but, you know, at core, it's like 10 lines of code for each one. It's nothing. Insignificant. Anyway, it works though. So, yeah, let's try to make the analog now. We'll do a 1-axis analog. Yeah. So the input scheme, or schema, actually has to... Yeah, this thing actually has to collect the names here. Add to checker, name checker. Safe name XY. And I think this is for the 2-axis. What's the 1-axis here? Okay, and we have to add the safe name positive and negative. And we're gonna do that down here. Safe name X positive, negative, Y positive, Y negative. And then the up, down, oh, where am I? Where am I? Left, right. That way we check for duplicate names on all of them. And then we're going to use the positive and negative name to apply an up and a down, positive and negative in control. So that is controlled here in this script. I'm bouncing around a lot, but trying to get shit done. This in control script, in control Wiz controller, I'm gonna come up with a better name for it, but it takes my schema. Well, the in control configuration includes my schema. Then it takes the in control manager and it bridges the gap between them. It tells in control how to set up what I want it to do here. So it makes its own player action set. That is an in control thing. And it goes through and here, init from schema, and it sets it up how I want to set it up based on the schema that we provide. So this is a runtime method, I suppose you want to call it. Okay, so here we go through the digital states. Now we need to do one-axis analog inputs. In-outs, inputs. So int one-axis count. So that's runtime initialization input schema. Is that what I called it? Yeah. That's fine. I used to have like a runtime and an editor time one, but that wasn't working out, so I said fuck it, we'll just do a runtime only. Okay, analog states count. 101 analog axis inputs counts. 1. Well, we don't have that. Okay. All analog states count. 1 axis analog state. Oh, state. They're all plural? Yeah, okay. And then a 2-axis. For the 2-axis, we take out the 1-axis. And for the 1-axis, we take out the 2-axis. There we go. Hooray! 1-axis analog states count. 4 equals 0. 1-axis ID equals 0. 1-axis ID is less than count. 1-axis ID plus plus. There's our for loop. Never use for each. Alright, kids? If you use for each, I will personally berate you. It is slow. It creates garbage in some situations. And it's super slow. Like, it's slow. Ridiculously slower than a normal for loop. Never use it. Unless it's like editor only shit, you don't give a shit. But like if you're doing this every frame, you're gonna get the belt. You're didn't get it. Alright, so essentially I assume what we did here, we just picked up the inputs. So input source. Input source. Oh, we got the digital inputs somewhere? Oh, we did. We do have temp 1 axis inputs. Where did we load this? Oh, we did it right above. Oh, that's how we got the count. Okay, never mind. Just do it this way. Forgot to do that. Get 1 axis analogs. Yeah. I'm just gonna copy the list from the schema to here, and that will return the count anyway. So I guess I didn't need to do the 1 axis count, but it's fine. It's fine if we have it. And then we extracted it into the input source. I'll put 1 axis source with the right identifier. So now we have extracted that particular 1 axis. And then here, yeah, that's what I figured. We just create it and we add it to the actions of this in control class. So modify the thing here. It's going to created input from 1 axis. You know what? Do I really not have a handle to it? Let's see. What if I tell this to use the explicit? Okay, that's what it is. Okay, I guess it must be included here. Maybe I just didn't see it in the list. So creating the 1 axis input, and I'm gonna do this with the digital input here. So we'll see it differently in the logs. Of course, most of these logs are going to go away eventually, but for now, they're very handy in seeing how the thing sets up. Okay, we add the action. I mean, let's see. Wait, create player. String name. How do we create a 1 axis action? Oh, I got my cap locks on. How do we create a 1 axis action? Create 1. Oh, there it is. Create 1 axis player action. Okay. The negative action and the positive. Oh, you gotta create 2. Okay. Let's see. Create an aggregate single axis action to be performed in the constructor. No argument indicated. Is that the one that you? Okay. Let's say the positive one and the negative one, and apparently you put them together. Negative first, positive second. Okay. and then add, I guess add the one axis, right? Oh, it doesn't like that? Where's this come from? Oh. One axis. Player, no. Actions? Yeah. Okay, wait, then what did I do after that? Oh, I just did the create player action. I really don't know how this is going to work, and maybe this is why we saw them as different things when they were listed out. I really don't know how this is going to work, though. I don't know how it's going to accept these. Well, whatever. If it doesn't like it, then tough shit for it. Let's make this explicit. Okay, so we add the action, and typically we give it, we have like default things. How would you default the positive and negative on this? Because it's a one axis, you would only default the positive? It cannot have a negative? I guess you, I don't know. I guess, because you gotta think about a menu to change your stuff later, right? I would probably have to have a boolean to say that you can only set the positive here. You may want a one axis to have a positive and a negative, but not in every case. So when you have an LNR trigger, you probably only want that to be positive. And here, let's take a look. I guarantee it only goes positive. Reloading. Come on, man. Yeah, I guarantee this only has a negative. Or positive. Yeah, 0 to 1, that's it. It's just a positive. Okay. So that tells me we need another indicator in one axis analog input to say field serialize field public bool allow binding on positive get private set and we'll say false on both, I guess. Yeah, then allow binding on negative. Then we can select which one we want to bind on. So now that we've added that, we may not utilize this right away, but I do not want to forget that it's there. Oh, it's not showing up? Wait a minute, why? Do we have compile errors? No. Oh, this is 2-axis. We haven't done that yet. So here, we want to allow binding on positive. So let's do that. Well, we will make use of these, but not properly yet. And what we can do later, when we get to doing a menu where we can change the inputs, we can read these, and then if both of these are selected, we could show different inputs for positive and negative on this. And then if not, then we can show only one or the other. And then we won't wait for like positive or negative. We'll just, what do we think? Might actually be better served as an enum. But what if they both are off? Well, I don't know. We'll leave it for now. I'm thinking if they're both off, what should the program do in that case? Just skip it? Kind of like want one or the other or both. You know what I mean? You should either allow only positive, only negative, or both. There really shouldn't be an option for none. In which case, that makes me think an enum might be the best way to facilitate that. I don't know. For now, it's fine. I'll put a note here. Should this be an enum with pos, negative, pos, plus negative, and no option for none? There we go. At least I got it written out. To save everybody the headache of me running around in my head for 10 hours trying to do it, I'll upload these. Then we will say, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Input state, input schema. We need the Wiz input control here. So, we want bindings. What do we have on offer here, actually? I don't know if I actually have bindings in, and I know they need to get changed anyway, but I have to elaborate on them much harder than they are now. Here's the new thing. Okay, so the one-axis, we want the L2 and the R2, but they're set up so that there's no differentiation between positive and negative right now. We do need to change that on top of changing per controller type configurations. So, controller bindings for right R2 is going to be right trigger. Oops, where'd everything go? Right trigger. Yeah. And this one's going to be left trigger. We're going to do this super quick and dirty. Yes, there will be data here, and we're going to use those flags to figure out whether or not we should bind it to both the left and the right, or just the left, or just the right. In practice, we don't want to do it on both, because that'll conflict with each other. They'll both be technically going in opposite directions. That'll probably just result in 0. But we'll use the flag to basically say, oh, this needs to be positive, this needs to be negative. For now, it'll be a quick and dirty way to differentiate, do we do both, or do we do one? And we'll do that. So, sign both, positive equals, I guess the axis source, one axis source. Yeah, allow binding on both. And this is where I said it, like, might be better to just have an enum to just be that state, but, you know, it's fine. So what we did here is we built Digital binding button. Get digital inputs. Yeah, for this player, right? I don't know. But there is for. It is for the one player. Okay. Or I'm sorry, not the one player, but the one axis. Okay, I can deal with that. That's good. Int count. Let's see. So one axis bindings count will equal, and this is probably the schema. No, it won't be the schema. What did I reference here? Default binding config. Okay. And it wants the player ID and it wants the associated input. Again, this is all my code for making the reference here. Yeah? Wait, don't like it? What's wrong? One axis analog input. That's this. Wait, did I do them in reverse order? No, player ID and the input. What'd I do? No, player ID and the input. Okay. Not convert player input bindings to int. Oh! I guess I didn't, oh yeah. They go to bindings. Okay. It returns bindings. I thought it returned an integer. One axis bindings, which means int. Oh yeah, I would say if this is actually a thing, then we go into here. Really? There's no... How did I check it up here? Oh, I actually did the not null. I should make a thing for it so that I could just use the exclamation point or just put it in the if statement. You can make your own bool check on classes and then just put the validation in there. That's what Unity does for their own objects. And you can check if it's null or not. Okay, so if it's not null, then we need to extract the bindings. And up here, I did the digital button count and keyboard. Alright, we'll do it. Default button bindings count. Button control type, and the other one will do key binding count. Key binding ID. Wait. Key binding type? Sure. I guess I called them types there. Oh yeah, and then we gotta check the actions. So, yeah, this is where this comes in. Oh yeah, we don't have this digital binding. We get the one-axis bindings. What is temp control type? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's it, controls control parts. Here's the count. Input source. Oh yeah, one axis source. Yeah. Okay. The new action. Okay, that's where this comes in. So, oh, not this. The assign both. If we assign the both positive and negative, then we do it on both. Else if while binding on positive, else if allow binding on negative. That's it. And then we copy this, use down here. Very quick and dirty. Just kind of want to get it working. Digital distribute key binding here. Empty, yeah. There. Rid of that one. Change out the one axis bindings, one axis source. Key bindings. No, that's not right. One axis analog input, that's it. So this one probably says digital. Yeah, we just gotta make sure all the references to digital are gone. Yeah. Just taking a quick look here. Could not find a keyboard binding. Okay. Might work. Guess we'll find out. Wait, did that say it was all compiled? Okay, I guess it did behind the scenes. Sure, okay. Left trigger, right trigger. Oh, and then I need to... Well, I actually did need to keep this one open. The input reader. My input reader. Where like that. I need to read the analog states. I'm not doing the analog ones yet. In fact, it won't update it yet either, so we'll have to do that, but want to at least get it to acknowledge that they exist. Here we do need the analog states. So analog states count? Wait, no, one axis. It's not in there. You know why? Because it doesn't make a differentiation, does it? Damn. I don't think it makes a differentiation. Let me think. This is my input state here, not the controls. Did I make a differentiation on analog states? It looks like I haven't. I guess that makes sense because it's a 2 action is really just two one actions in a single. So which ones get processed first, though? I guess the 1 axis get processed first. And then the 2 axis get added after. So, yeah, I'll just want to get analog action. I'm gonna change this from digital message to just message. And then just do a plus equals. Input state display. Control N, that's a space to the next line. Okay, get the states, add that. Message plus equals analog states. Not S message. Actually, let's do it this way. We'll give them the double space. And okay, then here message. We're not doing digital, so we're gonna have to do a different type of message here. One axis analog input. Just gonna call input. Source. Analog. Get digital. Oh, you know what this was? This was just to get the name. I don't have the name yet, so I'm gonna have to cut that out. Yeah. This catalogs the digital input names. I'll have to do one for analog though. But I don't have that set up, so I'm going to just turn it off. Needs a get 1 axis. So value will not do the name. Instead, we will do analog, number, and then I. And then instead of button state text, we want analog states now. Analog states now. Oh, we do need, yeah. Float value equals state dot get analog value 1, or I'm sorry, I. It's going to return a deterministic value, but we're going to just, it'll be a fixed value. We're going to just turn that into a floating point, just so we can output it. And then bool is held equals value not equal to 0.0f. So if it is held, we'll apply the color. Okay. And then here we'll do the value dot toString 0.000. Okay, it won't work yet, but I want to make sure that it at least shows up. I would like it, it's a great way if it just showed up. Now there might be like 8 of them in here because we are including the 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, right? This is positive. Right? This is this. Yeah, this is X positive and X negative. Or like L1 positive, L1 negative. Or L2 rather. L2 positive, L2 negative. So it's not adding the 2-axis in? Unless this is... No, it... Wait. It might be doing L2, R2, move, and camera. Or left stick, right stick. Shouldn't be, though. I would have expected to see 6 or 2, but I got 4 instead. I really don't know. I don't know. Well, we're not setting this data yet, so let's go do that. I really don't know why there's 4. The only thing I can think of... No, that doesn't make sense. No, because this is reading off my input state. I don't know why it thinks there are 4. I know why it thinks there are 4 instead of 6. I know exactly why. All analogs count, because 2-axis needs to be multiplied by 2. It contains 2 axes. So all analog states count needs this times 2. That's why it's doing it. It should run without complaint. There are 3 errors. Okay, and this is just Unity editor shit. Oh, there is a Wiz system one. Null reference not set to an object. On hit is not set to an object? Really? Oh, you know why? You have to check if it's null or not here. That's all. Yeah. When you do an invoke on an action, I think you have to do a null check. Just make sure that that actually goes. Okay. Yeah, the profile. You know what? We'll just close the profiler because it keeps freaking out. Okay. And yep, and this is some stupid Unity editor networking shit that I don't use, so I don't care. There we go. Okay, we're getting the 6 that I thought we'd get. This will be L2, R2, movement, either up and down or left and right, and this would be the other up, down, left, right of the movement. We'll just say up, down, left, right. So then, right stick, up, down, left, right, or up, down, right stick, left, right. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so then in our in control here, when we update input states, update player input state, current input states, new state. Okay, update player input states. Oh, wait. Hold on. Go back. We're too far. Update. So I send... Oh, generate input state. I send the input state that I generate. Here, this is where we need to go. So this is the one-axis action count. This will be the digital action count. So set state digital. And here we want this is going to change to probably more of a generic, like analog in general, but we'll just do it here as it is. So one axis actions. Oh wait, this says everything. All actions. This says all actions. But it doesn't take into account whether or not it's a digital or not. So yeah, we gotta use digital actions. What did I call them? Oh, I just called them actions. Okay, this gotta change. I got confused by the name. That's enough to tell me I need to change it. Digital actions count. Digital action count. Okay. Yeah. We're good. So then we want set analog state. And this will be a little more nuanced than the other one, right? Because we've got more stuff to work with. So, fix 64, which doesn't exist here because, again, this is our deterministic stuff, by the way. So, fixmath.net is the library that I use. Create a fix 64 analog value equals fix 64.0. We'll go with that first. pause value, say 0 for now. Neg value. One axis. Oh. I think it's going to be an in control value. Because it will give me the positive negative, right? For the one axis. I should be able to just take that and shove it into here. And then send that to here? Maybe? I don't know. Fuck it, ship it. Oh, we got it! L2 doesn't work, but R2 works. How come L2 doesn't work? Why? Oh, you know why? I know exactly why. 'Cause I bet it's not set to actually do it. L2? Yeah, it doesn't have anything set, so set positive. Okay. That makes sense. This is why I should have created a state that didn't allow that. Yeah, L1, look it. There we go, from 0 to 1, and from R1, or L2 and R2. 0 to 1, 0 to 1. Hey, we got it. We got it. Paste. Cool. Pretty fucking nuanced, too. What are there, 16 or 8? I thought there was only 8 states. What the hell did I set it to? How many bits did I set it to? Digital inputs. Bits per state, 8. Oh, I did 8 instead of 4. That's why it's so beefy. Let's set it to 4 and see if we can, like, manually see it go up in steps. Yeah, I can see it go up in steps now. So step 1 is, 0.14. Step 2 is 0.28. Step 3 is 0.42. It's even hard to, like, meter myself to get these properly. But yeah, when you click it, it's so fast. You go through those states instantly. Yeah, 4.42. 0.57 is the next, 0.71, 0.85, and then 1. Yeah, so you see you can't go between 0.85 and 1. This is what I mean about the data compression. The analog compression, there's only 8 states between 0 and 1. Well, 7. 7 states, I guess, right? No, I guess it's 8. Because 0 counts as 1. You have 8 states between 0 and 1. But you see how finely you have to press this? I'm actually struggling to get it to step through. Pressing it so slow. Like, if you just even, like, tap it, you're gonna roll through, like, 3 states. Like, you know, is that amount of precision needed? Hell no. It's not. It's not at all. At least not on something like this. Like, how far do you need to pull the trigger down before it should actuate, you know? So in this case, if you want to do an analog as pressed, because I'll add that. I'll add an analog as pressed to this, because right now we're just taking the analog state and setting it, and then we're reading it on the other end. But there's no, like here where we did this, there's nothing like this for the analog. So there's digital press, but there's no analog as pressed. Unless I already added it, but I doubt I did. Yeah, I didn't. So, we want to get analog value? What did we call it? Yeah. Is analog pressed? Or is analog down? Let's say that. So analog value kernel. We need to say, is analog down means, yeah, is analog value in kernel? This also returns a bool, not the value. Is not equal to fix 64.0. Is analog down failed? Supplied index is out of range. Okay. For the error message. But yeah, this is we get the value that we're going to compare it to. And then if it's 0, then it's not down. It's not being pressed in any sense. So is analog down? We want, what are the states here? Released, pressed, down. So pressed is going to take the... Yeah. And it's going to take what we have, and it's going to also get the previous state and make sure that that is 0. So let's make this easier on ourselves. 664 current value, previous value. This will be a little easier to read. Then if current value is not 0, meaning that it is pressed, and previous value is 0, meaning it wasn't pressed before, then we have just pressed it this frame. And then release is honestly just the reverse. Oh, we have to update the names here. Oh, not pressed. And release is the reverse. So the current is 0, and the previous was pressed to some degree. So we should be able to see that now in here. And actually add that into the stuff there. There. Then the button state text. We can add it on to the end here. I think that would make sense. I mean, it should work. Analog down, released, pressed, pressed, released down. Then none. Oh, and then... Oh, I guess it's got it here already. Well, we can remove this. We don't need to check if it's pressed, because we've already got the value. And that's just to get our yellow coloring. Come on, baby. Show me potato salad! I think it worked. work. Alright, we got to do freeze frame. So freeze frame. We're holding the L2 down, frame step. We get 1 plus. That means just press. Holding down, get 2 plus. Okay, step, step, step. Okay, let go. Frame step. Double negative for release. Frame step, 1 negative for just, you know, not just released, but just, you know, it's just down. Perfect. Cool. So we added that. And we can tell whether or not the analog is being triggered or not. And notice that it goes immediately on frame 1. Even if I do, or it should, even if I do a very slight one. Trying so hard to like just press this by one little thing. Yeah, see? It counts, even with just the small bit. Or the small amount of pressure. And that way, if you want to read this trigger, to just say, hey, did you press the trigger? Did you press it at all? Then yeah, then that counts as a button, basically. So cool. Cool. Super cool. Very cool. So we'll need that functionality for the 2-axis. That's a whole other fucking thing. So I guess my only concern here is that there's no up and down differentiation on this part yet. And certainly, certainly I'm pretty tired. I'm swearing my words here. But certainly, in this case, with the L2 and the R2, you do not need the negative. You did strictly set it to say that, yeah, you don't really need the negative component here. It still exists. It still exists in here. But you don't need it. So, but this is still really good. This is still really, really good. And the fact that the analog is translating correctly is really great. You can actually even see the correlation here. To watch these values as I try to just barely touch it. So you see the value here. 143. It's rounding the 160 whatever. Okay, I'm holding here. This is how I was talking about. This is unreliable. I guess zipping it doesn't help there. I'm holding my finger steady as I possibly can, and look how that value is jumping all over the place. This is what I mean by like we do not need analog like precision that's super high. So I'm holding the right stick now. I'm holding it as still as I can possibly do it, like halfway. Well, there it actually stopped. I moved to the left. Yeah, it actually stopped jittering now. You see how it did jitter though? Yeah, right here. I'm holding my thumb as steady as possible, but you see the reading is not static. So having that level of precision really just doesn't mean anything. I'm trying to get as close to 0 as possible. I guess there's a dead zone probably too. The closest I can get is, what, 16? 4? 4, 0? I don't know what the other one's going nuts. 16? Yeah, it's really tough to like get a nuanced state out of this. Now with 4 bits, I can actually feel a slight little delay, but let's ramp this thing back up to 8, and I bet like it'll be difficult to even settle on 1. So there's a dead zone for sure. Even on here, dead zone doesn't activate until a certain point. I am struggling so hard to get an 8 in here. Look how, like, I'll try to do what, the 31 or something? I can't even get it to sit where I want it to. I don't know if it's, yeah, there's a 31. Oh my god, I got it. Wait, no. Oh god. Yeah, you see how fickle it is? I'm trying to hold my finger as still as possible, and I can't do it. I actually can't do it. So that's 8 bits. How far can we get down before we can't see a difference, right? We'll do in the middle. Between 4 and 8, we'll do 6. Okay, this one's definitely easier. Yeah, I can actually stop on... Can I get 32 straight? Yeah, I can actually stop on that. But it's really tough. So 6 might be the threshold. And then with 7, can we even do it on 7? Let's try to stay on 79. Oh, it's tough. No. Yeah, 79 where it just becomes less possible to get that nuanced with it. So I got it? I finally settled on it. Sort of. Oh, let go. A little bit more. There. I would say at the point of 7-bit precision, you won't notice it. At least on the trigger. I don't know about the analog. We haven't hooked that part up yet. The actual sticks. I guarantee you won't be able to feel a difference past 7. And so 7-bit is how many states? 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8. That's 4. 16 is 5. Plus 32, that's 6-bit. Right, and that's it. And then the plus and minus. So there are 63 possible states. Plus or minus on 7-bit. I guess that makes sense. Unless I did the math wrong. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know where the analog triggers would matter so much here, but definitely like the analog stick precision. If you were playing like a shmup online or something like that, where you had free aiming. Again, like Assault Android Cactus, if they decided to make a sequel and add rollback netcode, they would have to decide, you know, what precision is necessary here, and how much is necessary. And they could say it's really high, and that's fine. You have like the budget to go that high on some of these. Trying to wonder now, say like the triggers, I don't care if the triggers are really low, maybe I just want them to be digital basically, just want to detect if they've been done at all, so I would say, oh, 4 bits for the triggers or whatever. But what if we set the precision per element? Because right now I have to set the 7 bits per analog state. That's all of them, all the triggers, and both the left and right stick are then subject to this 7 limit. Now, at 7, we're at 50 bytes. We do 8, we're at 56. We do 9, and I think we're over. No, we're at 62. That's not too bad, actually. Now, considering we might have a couple more buttons, right? We might have the quick, you know, the quick for the analog clicks. So add 2, we're right at 64. Say left analog click, right analog click. Look at it, inspector. Left analog click. Wait, did it say clock or click? Okay, click. I thought I said clock. I was like, uh-oh. Whoops. Oh, yeah, schema's got errors. Yeah, we know. There's multiple ones here. So I shouldn't be doing this at runtime. I should probably lock out the inspector here at runtime. So left analog click and right analog click. And then we need to set in our... Don't do that one. What is this one? Default bindings? Yeah? This is the build schema. New log. I don't need the input log. Okay. Just give over here. Oh, these were the triggers here. So yeah, we can just add the left click. So left stick down, up, left stick button. Yeah? Left stick button. Right analog click, that's right analog button. Right stick button. Okay, those should show up now. I think it should just work. And this is the kind of simplicity that I like. I'd like to just go in here and say, okay, we added it. Yeah, and there it is, and it just works. We added it, boom, it's good. It just works, baby. That's what we're looking for, that kind of simplicity. This is what I want to be able to do in all my projects. Just import this shit and, oh, there it goes. I set up, oh yeah, I got my buttons, boom, 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 boom. Set the default controls. Oh shit, it's working. Hooray! And that's it. That's all I want. Is it that much to add? Okay, and this is with 9 bits of precision. Yeah, this is to the point where I can't even, with the triggers at least, I can barely find a situation where I can actually stop on one. So that, man, that should be good enough. Now again, I don't think the analog triggers are going to need that level of precision, but definitely the sticks will. So, yeah, no. For now, let's go back to 4. Save me some bits. Yeah, that literally halved the input state from 64 to 34. Not quite 32, but you know, can't win them all, right? Well, look, we've got everything here. Start, select, clicky analog buttons, the L's and the R's, the L2s, the R2s. So really, the only thing we got left is the stick. And unfortunately, that's going to take some severe modifications to some stuff. So I'm actually think I'm going to call it here. But we got some good progress. We talked out what was supposed to happen. We did experimentations, figuring out what's going on with some of the inputs here. Yeah, looks good. So I'm very happy. Very happy with this. Got the little... Yeah, if it's in its final form, this is that easy to set up, this is going to be really, really helpful. That's what I'm gunning for. I want this shit to be smooth as butter. You pop it in. I would say in the build settings, eventually what I plan to do here, the player settings rather, under player, I want to go, where is it now? Here, scripting define symbols. I want to go in here and I want to just type in Wiz System Unity input. and that'll activate the system to load at runtime. And then, like, as a second one, with system Unity input in control, and that activates the in control plugin, the bridge between those two. And then I can just do this on a per platform basis. Maybe for whatever reason, we don't want to use in control on, say, I don't know, Android, whatever. Want to use a different one. Then I'll just have the Wiz system input, or Unity input here. Wiz system Unity input, I don't know, say rewired. I don't know, never used it, don't know if it would work with Android, but just say for the sake of argument, I needed to use rewired instead. Can you specify that one? And that's it, baby. That's it. That's all you have to do. Hit that, make your profile, set up your buttons like this, set up your default controls, and then like in 5 minutes you're done. You have input ready to go. That's what I want. And it's rollbackable, deterministic. That's the shit, man. Alright, I'm feeling good about it. Feeling good about it. Okay, we're gonna save this for now. I got some thinking to do. Finish my work on a cursor operator for Terminal UI Unity Library for Rust. Thanks for the entertainment. Have a good night. Well, thank you very much. I don't know what all that is, but it sounds cool, and I'm glad that you finished it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think. Here's the major issue right now with the 2-axis. One, we need to add more options here for can we assign up, down, left, or right, or whatever. But the big thing here, notice that my default bindings, you can only set one thing here. So because it's a 2-axis, you'll need to at least set 2 of them here, but you really need 4. You need the up, down, left, right. We got by that not having the 2 here because the trigger only needs positive. So we just said, oh, just assign whatever this is to the positive and not the negative. We kind of cheated there. So this one's going to have 2, an up and a down, or positive, negative. And this one's going to have X positive, negative, Y positive, negative. It's going to have 4 slots for configuring the control here. And I'm at this point in the night, I'm not up to making that change right now. I got to really think about how that's going to work. And I also want to take this and make this a per controller type of configuration. So I'm going to have different files. I'm going to have the keyboard default, and then the default per controller type. So PlayStation 4, you know, PlayStation 3, that kind of stuff. As long as we can detect those different types, we need to make a default for it. Whether it's an Xbox, PlayStation, or whatever, a Nintendo one, I don't even know if the Nintendo ones show up. And then for everything that is not covered, you need a default. And that should be alright, because we do have the, like, you've got the actions up there, but at the bottom here, you do have, like, just the standard analog 0 through 1 or whatever, and then button 0 through 1 or whatever, you know, all the way to 30. I think these are actually the direct input ones. We can have that many inputs. We actually lost a lot going away from direct input. We actually lost a lot of functionality, to be completely honest. The Xbox X input standardized and truncated a whole bunch of shit. That's really fucking annoying. I really, really hate the move to X input, but we just gotta deal with it. That's how everything works now, so fucking whatever. But I think if it's not detected, it'll just apply these things. And in that case, we'll need a default unknown device, you know, map here. And then just map buttons to it and just kind of guess. You know, whatever gets an unknown treatment here is just going to get whatever we set these to. And that might be, you know, accept button might be R1. We don't know. Kind of don't care at that point. They should just encourage the player to go in and set it. And the reason why we don't care, not because, you know, we're assholes, but just because at that point we don't know what you plugged in. We just don't. And we give it a default, and that's as far as we can go with it. and it'll be up to the player to go in and then set their own controls the way that they want to. But if we don't know, there's no way for us to give it a sensible default configuration, you know? And I'll do my best to do with what I've got here, but, you know, I don't have every controller under the sun. I don't have a PS5 controller. I don't have all this stuff. So, I can test, you know, Xbox, I can test PS4. Apparently I can't test PS3 because it just sees it as an Xbox controller. I don't think... If I plug in a Switch Pro controller, I think Steam will convert it to an Xbox controller, but I don't know for sure. I don't know how that'll work, so I'll have to research that. I'll have to find ways to, like, maybe stop Steam from interfering. I don't want to, like, uninstall Steam, but clearly something's interfering and catching that PS3 controller. So I'm gonna have to do a little bit of homework and find out what ways I can just plug these fuckers in raw and see what happens. And see if In Control actually picks up on this. I'm 100% sure that at some point in the past, In Control just natively picked up on the PS3 controller, and it did not pick it up as an Xbox controller. But I don't really know. Steam, your eternal nemesis. Hey, for the most part, I'm actually happy for the most part that it's taking control. It's just, it's fucking with my input now. I need pure data here. I need pure research. Because if someone doesn't have Steam, I don't know why they wouldn't, but for whatever reason, if someone doesn't have Steam and they plug in a PS3 controller, I need to know what happens. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I installed Steam on my stream computer now, so now I can't do it on there to test it because that's tainted, right? I don't know. If it's on Amber's computer, maybe I'll uninstall it. She doesn't even use it, so I'll just uninstall Steam on her computer and plug it in there and see what happens. I don't know. It's messy, man. It's messy. So that's my thoughts on what I need to do. I need to extrapolate this into different controller configuration versus keyboard ones. And somehow find a way to assign these different platforms. And then, oh, you have a PS Classic? Okay, I don't know what those show up as. Can you just plug those in the computer and they go? You got PS4 and PS5 and 60 gig PS3 died and I never recovered. Ugh. I heard the original PS3 models were starting to die out. They were just starting to fail. But the slim ones are still okay. That's sad. It really is. I'd be really curious to see what a PS5 controller shows up as. I have a feeling it'll actually show up as itself. Especially if the PS4 one does. I mean, right now I'm going through the adapter, right? But here, I'll plug it in normal. It probably won't pick up half the configuration, though. Okay. Okay, all the action ones picked up. Oh, the quicks picked up. With the start and select in it. But the triggers did. The triggers did. So, yeah, it's very specific ones, like the start and select don't map because it's, well, it's PS4. It says right here, PS4. So, that's, options and share. I'll be honest, probably start should be the touchpad by default. Because share's not a legit button on the PS4, right? So I wouldn't use share. I would use touchpad tap, and I would use options as select. Let's see if we can actually like overload this and add more to it, just for the heck of it. Still touchpad button, just touchpad tap. I don't see any other ones. I guess we'll use button then. And then select will be options. Yeah. Let's see if that works. It just calls the PS Classic Controller. In-Control does know how to identify certain ones that don't show up necessarily. So I wonder if it would actually pick it up if we plugged it in. Okay, so select works. Oh yeah, okay. So I kind of overloaded it and assigned both of them. This is probably not what we want to do though, because if you go to like access, oh, what's bound to this, it'll actually show both of these in a menu. So you want to make sure that when you plug in a new controller, or the type changes, that you want to load the appropriate configuration. You do not want to just shove all of the variants in here. That was the problem I had with Pocket Fighter EX. It was actually showing, oh yeah, you bound something here, but it didn't. It wasn't a legitimate bind because it's not right. In fact, when we do button configuration, I'm going to have to save your configuration per type. If you plug in a PS4 and you do your button configuration and you save, it has to make sure that it saves as a PS4 configuration. And then if you unplug that and plug an Xbox One in, it'll give you a new fresh configuration that's just Xbox. Now if you unplug that, plug the PS4 back in, it should know enough to load the PS4 configuration that you had previously saved. But they'll have to save based on their type. And per player. So player 1, PS4 config, player 1, Xbox config, player 1, direct input, so you just got a generic controller. And save all those. And then when you go to player 2, the Xbox config will be different than player 1 Xbox config. The default will be the same. But when you change it and save it, it's got to save specifically for that. I think that will make the most sense, and it'll have the least amount of headaches. Because controllers, no matter what you do, are a goddamn nightmare. There's no, like, super perfect solution. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm satisfied with this. As for D-pad, probably what I'll do is I'll probably do what they do here. If you want D-pad as analog, then you just take analog value. But I'm gonna force when you apply a D-pad to the control scheme, it sets it as an analog. But you can read it as a D-pad. How about that? Internally, it'll be an analog, but you can read it as you, meaning the developer, can read it as a D-pad. So you can say, I just want an analog move, and then if it's a D-pad, like you can just read it as D-pad. And it'll calculate what the angles are. So like say I don't know, like a game like Mega Man 11, you can use the analog. You can also use the D-pad to move, right? So I can say in the code, just get me the D-pad state for the analog. And then it covers both options. It'll calculate at what angles counts as up versus up and diagonal, and then do that. But internally it's always an analog. And if you map D-pads to the directions, like just D-pad buttons, that's fine. Then it'll just apply that to the analog state and give you your up, down, left, right. If you want an XY direction, like a vector from it, then it'll know enough to normalize that for you. So that you won't get, up and left values of both 1. You'll get that 0.7. Just like In-Control gives you. Hopefully that's not too confusing. But internally, all directions will be analog, whether or not they're actually attached to the D-pad or not. And if they're attached to the D-pad, then it just doesn't work any different than a digital. But it'll be up to the developer in each game to read the information that they want to read. And that means that you could map a D-pad as an analog and read the analog value, the approximated analog value, because it's still digital, in the game, and then be able to do that. And you could do that with keyboard too, because that's a good compatibility there. Oh, I have one movement control. I can map keyboards to it, I can map D-pads to it, I can map analog to it, and they'll all just work. Because if you allow the digital state of just up and up left and left, then you can apply WASD to it without having to make that differentiation in the code. You don't have to have them as separate things. I think that would make sense. Then you could just, in the menu, it's just move up, down, left, or right. Okay. Oh look, I can do it with my analog. Great. Oh, I can map my keyboard to it. Oh, I can map my D-pad to it. Wow, that's great. And that's it. And you just let them map whatever the hell they want to it. And in game, you just read it in whatever format you want. You want the analog? Cool. It'll convert it from digital to analog. Is it an analog but you want digital? Okay, it'll convert the analog to the digital. Here you go. Have a nice day. And then you have to worry about it on the other side. I think that'll work. Maybe I'll make an option for it. You can only attach analog to certain ones if you need to differentiate it. Shouldn't have to, but it would certainly handle the confusion between, oh, I press both the D-pad and the analog. Well, what happens when I press both of them? Well, they'll all resolve to the same. They'll resolve to the same input, so it can just handle that internally. But if you have two of them, you'd actually have to check between them and say, is the analog tilted in any direction? If so, ignore the D-pad. Or vice versa. Is the D-pad being pressed? Well, then ignore the analog. Actually, I do like that idea better. Because typically, if you're doing movement with the D-pad and you just happen to bump, like here, I'm holding down left, but I'm happening to also bump my left stick, I could just have it ignore the left stick if the D-pad is being pressed. That would be a nice little, what do they call it? Quality of life improvements? I do that a lot. I got big giant gorilla hands. I'm going hard in the game, and all of a sudden I hit the left stick while I'm moving the D-pad. It's because my big gorilla thumb hits it. More prevalent with other controllers than some, but it's definitely not fun when it happens. For those situations, we could make a bias towards digital. When you're using the D-pad, just ignore the left stick. I mean, it's not foolproof. If you let go of the D-pad and you happen to hit the left stick, it's going to activate, but I think it's cool though. I think it'll be neat. Okay, I think that'll do for now. So yeah, we didn't play a game this week, but yeah, I missed 3 days of work, so today was a work day. We've got tomorrow Pocket Fighter EX stuff. I highly doubt this will be ready to be implemented into it, but if it is, for whatever reason, we might throw it in. Otherwise, we're working on remaking the Versus screen. We have to program it now, and the color options are back because we did the color. We did all those that nice color system for Retro Mansion game. But guess what? It's compatible with Pocket Fighter EX. We just have to port it backwards, and we have all that functionality just there. Boom. That's the kind of shit that I'm trying to do now. I want to build a system and make it just work for everything. So then when we update it in one project, we just backport it, boom, it's just there, and now all of a sudden we can just start working with it with no fuss, no muss. And that's exactly what's going to happen, because we're going to backport all those changes, at least the ones that are ready to come back. And then Pocket Fighter EX is going to have all these cool color options all right out of the gate. And so we can get our little flashy, like the background flash shockwave thing to come back. So, yeah. Either way, tomorrow will be exciting. We'll have all that going on, and I have my sheet. Don't worry, I don't forget any of you. Here's the link. If you want to support my personal effort in game development, streaming, all that stuff, costs money. I stream on all these platforms. It's not cheap, unfortunately. Yeah, and equipment dying left and right, like my video card about to make its way to heaven. It's giving me those death signs and just like not working for a day. Yeah, not good. So if you want to help me out, keep the show running and everything smooth, hit up to Patreon, patreon.com/GameDevScrubs. Would really appreciate it. It does help a lot. You guys have saved my ass so far with all this shit going down. So I do have shoutouts for everybody. We got Alex Smith and Mugen, and also got Alex D. Or I said Alec Smith. I was gonna say, wait, two Alexes? Like, no. One's Alec, the other is Alex. And Omega Kyo, Slugs Gears of War, D Money 107, LD Walker, Chamor de Luche, and Guyan Von Duke, Garen Johnson, Cameron Lyle, Variant X, Mike Cruz, Bryce Nagalingam Nanaba, Smurf, yeah, and AJ. So, thank you guys very, very, very much. I'll see you. Whoop, hit the mic. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You all have a good one. We'll do some cool Pocket Fighter stuff tomorrow, and that's it. So have a good one and scrub out.